Due to Wednesday night's movie and TV being cut short this week, thanks to Mr. AWK suggesting a clip about pandas, this week's recording of Let's Talk Geeky will not feature Mr. AWK as a guest, as he will be replaced by a panda.
Hello, boys and girls, lads and lassies, and pandas.
And pandas.
Welcome
Let's not
to...
forget the pandas.
Let's not forget the pandas. So, hi, and yes, we got cut off on Wednesday. We'll try not get cut off now. So, panda in the stream, just so you're aware, Mr. YouTube. He's already there, so don't cut us. So, hi, guys and girls, lads and lassies, welcome back. We have a new face, Stephen Ransom. Hello, Stephen.
How are you, PJ? Thank you for having me on. It's a pleasure.
No problem.
Gentlemen, Roman.
Why is it gentleman and Roman? Why has it got to be like that? I thought you were on my side in this thing. Clearly, I'm not.
I'm just trying to be polite to those across the pond. You know, it's
yes. Foreigners are actually welcome.
Roman and I are practically neighbors.
And pandas. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's just up the road in the other bad part of Southern California, which is all of Southern California, by the way.
Wait. There's a good part of California?
Yes,
there is.
It's called hyper northern California,
yeah.
like where only farmers live.
Yeah, free California. We don't live there.
I thought California and free were two opposite words.
Well, the let's see. The bigger cities in California are your non-free zones, and then you have your smaller spots that are those the Rebel Alliance bases within the state of California, which are your spots of freedom.
Yeah, plus it's also a semantic issue on the definition of freedom.
Yeah, that's also true. He's not wrong.
Yeah, well, that's very true. And I understand that Roman obviously brought in Handers because we talk British comedy and he's always lost.
It's true.
The only time all the scenes I've seen Roman on, it's the only time I ever see his face glaze over as if to say, huh?
Yeah, that was literally, it's like the point is flying way over my head. I can't see it.
I got your back, Roman. I got your back.
Thank you.
I'm a little more cultured, a lot less married, so I got your back. No worries.
See, I can't say that. I'm a lot more married. I'm on my second and final. I have to say final.
You have to. You're right. You better.
Yeah. Judging by the gray
Mrs.
in
Maybe
your
is
beard,
going
I would
to burst
hope so.
into the room with a cleaver.
Yes. Are you kidding? A wife that allows me a room like this, I'm actually happy with. A wife that allows me a room like this, I'm a very happy man. Very happy.
Yeah, that is a lady that is definitely a keeper, but you are literally in the dog end of the house, aren't you? With your toys.
I'm at the back end of the house where nobody can see me.
I see you're wearing a shirt. Is that in support of She-Hulk?
So it should have a pocket that you could exchange comic book
Careful
issues.
about showing that. YouTube might cancel you because that's not the approved type of She-Hulk.
That is the proper type of She-Hulk, and it's got Spider-Man on it. Nothing to do with why I bought it because it's got Spider-Man on it. And yes, I am aware that some people don't like the art, but I do like the art because it is quite a light read. This is not a dark version. It's a light.
No, not only that. For me, when it came down to comic book, yes, there are some fantastic artists out there.
Yes,
but when you got into the comic shop and you got that really thick paper, glossy, heavy comic book, not the flimsy one that it's like a stiff breeze would like rip it apart. Yeah, exactly. That's why I loved collecting Witchblade back in the day. Unfortunately, I got rid of it in about 2009.
Yeah, and Roman, just thought I would show you this. It's out of the folder
did you
now.
open it? You finally
I've opened it. I'm
it's only taken
halfway
like 2
through it.
months.
I've only had it for 2 months. I've actually opened it. I'm halfway through it. So far, so good.
Right on.
That's a
right
beauty.
Oh, it was one Roman recommended, and as soon as I saw it on his channel, I thought, I'm having that. So I got it. It was a very good recommendation. It's Ash, come on. Bruce Campbell at his best, even in a comic form. Super duper. So
purely by coincidence, I've actually been spending the weekend watching Mauler's massive.
Beg your pardon?
That was like 6 hours.
Yeah.
Marathon.
And there's someone in it, and I truly felt for one of the comments he said in it. One of the comments that someone posted about what Multiverse of Madness was not having seen Evil Dead. All I saw was Doctor Strange condemning a man to a slow death. The bit where he basically makes Bruce Campbell's character do something that apparently is out of the Evil Dead movies.
Oh, the comedic bit.
Yeah, the quote comedic bit, which is comedic if you understand it, but otherwise, apparently, is going to lead to a guy beating himself up for 3 weeks.
Like that hasn't happened to all of us. I mean, we've all been there. I've been beating myself up for years about things. But
yeah, but
come on, that's a little bit funny. No one gets me.
Yeah, but not
Roman
punching yourself in the face, punching yourself in your mustard covered face.
See, when we were talking yesterday on the Father's channel,
yes,
it's about coincidental, right? I was watching Criminal Minds today, right? And this popped up. Wait to see this. How coincidental is that? Right, listen.
With his schemes, we'll be able to find out whether Princess Diana's death was really an accident.
Are you talking about the car for sale? That her car is up for sale today or something like that?
We were talking yesterday about conspiracy theories and Princess Diana, and I'm watching.
We got a little deep yesterday.
Season 1, and that's episode 20, and it just popped up today, and I thought, what are the chances of somebody
someone was there's the siren again. Every time we talk about this,
they're coming
not my sirens.
They're coming
to get you. Did you see the link I sent you, PJ, on the D&D channel on Discord?
Yes,
because we've only just started talking about it, and suddenly there's this really amazing creative desktop setup. I so want it.
Oh yes, I've seen that. I've seen that getting built. I saw them building that, putting the screen in and basically the lights around it, and then link it up to a laptop. It just looks so cool. One of my friends wanted to do that, and he's partway doing it. What he did was he put a projector above his table, and he projected the scenes on the table.
Yes. And it looked so awesome for a Dungeons and Dragons tabletop setup and everything. You don't have to roll out like a mat with squares and everything. You just project it down.
Yes, and basically the good thing about those, if they're done properly, as you put your character down, it shows you what the character can see. So if it's in dark, it basically blanks out everything else.
Have I been replaced by a bloody panda?
Yes. The panda.
Get off camera.
Yeah, the panda's more interesting. Go away.
The panda didn't get his blocked, kicked. So we thought we would replace you.
You get one
PJ.
Down.
I'm a big believer in synchronicity. You shouldn't be surprised by such things like that. You know, the whole Princess Diana thing. Synchronicity is a real thing. It's a tangible, genuine article thing. Yeah.
Oh, I quite agree with you there, because there's been a number of times I've been talking about something, watch a program, and it's appeared, and I'm sitting there thinking, really?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, I call it cognitive biases, because it's on your mind and suddenly you start seeing it.
Yeah.
But I've been on YouTube, on Twitter for long enough to know that I'm mentioning something on Twitter on my iPhone, which is not connected to my desktop. The accounts are not linked. It's not the same account. It's a different email. There's different everything for both of them. And suddenly on my desktop PC, There it is in abundance. It's like 10 recommendations for this topic.
But I would agree with that, Jim. But I had started watching Criminal Minds maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. And we were talking yesterday about it, and I got to episode 20 today, and that popped up. The exact same thing. We were talking about the conspiracy about, was it real? What did it happen? And then this basically mentioned it. So I was watching. It's not something that appeared in YouTube or on my PC as an advert. This is something I was watching. Talked about it yesterday. The episode I was watching today talked about it as well. What is that? What's the likelihood of that?
Yeah, it's not because we don't talk about the royal family a lot over on Father's channel. So it was just that's a weird thing of it's good, weird but good.
Yeah, and the big thing is conspiracy theories are just great.
Put it
and
away.
There's no reason to even go into conspiracy.
Exactly. We were talking
because there's another synchronicity to that. I was just watching the news while at an appointment, and there it goes up on the screen. They just sold the Ford GT that Princess Diana owns. They just sold it like within the last 24 hours. So that's another earmark. Yeah. That's like bizarro.
I might submit that it could all be PJ who's behind it.
It's true. It could be the simulation. That's it. PJ is number one on the prison island. He's the prisoner. He's number one on the prisoner.
1, 2.
I think
now that you're saying that, PJ does have a little bit of resemblance to the maker in those Matrix films we don't talk about. When Neo finally meets the maker, he does have a bit of a resemblance to that.
So PJ may be the architect?
I wonder why I keep getting a glitch in the system.
Where's my cat?
Panda Matrix.
Where's my cat? Where's my cat?
Anyway, everyone say goodbye to the panda now because he's going.
Bye.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we pandered enough. I think we pandered enough.
Mr. Panda.
Yeah.
Are the Chinese taking it back?
We pandered to you.
Say bye-bye.
So basically, Roman, are you saying that's a Chinese? Are you saying that's a Chinese takeaway?
I'm just saying they own all the pandas.
Saying nothing.
I mean, I'm always partial to bamboo stir fry.
And now I'm hungry. God damn it.
Yes, but I had today. Me and my wife were out today celebrating, and we went to a nice Chinese restaurant, and it was absolutely lovely. I had deep fried panda. She had.
The sauce, it's delightful.
Panda. Yeah, basically, we went for a nice meal today, and the first option we had was Chinese Chinese, and it was absolutely amazing. But there's, believe it or not, where we stay, there's about 3 or 4 really, really good Chinese restaurants, and they're always busy. Even the takeaways, they're always busy. This area of Ayrshire loves Chinese food.
See, I wish I have nothing in my part of town. I've got one crappy Chinese place. I've got a lot of Thai places and like 3 different pho places, but no decent Chinese out here. Now, Mexican food, that we got.
See, I've not got anything like that here, and I would love it. Because yesterday I had enchiladas, and I love enchiladas. They're absolutely delicious. But I have to make my own, or my wife has to make them. Which she makes better ones because there's less work from me.
Which automatically makes them better.
Hey, automatically makes them better.
The good thing about Mexican food is that if you find a good recipe and you watch maybe a couple of YouTube videos or something like that on how to do the sauces just right, it's not hard once you get past the learning curve to make excellent Mexican food because it's basically simple, campground kind of food.
Yeah,
most of it.
I so agree with you, Stephen.
Yeah, well, same as one of my wife's goals this year is to go to an Indian how-to guide, because sometimes you can go to a restaurant and they'll teach you how to actually make. traditional food, and she wants to go to an Indian one because we love Indian food, and she would love to be taught how to do it properly. Because we can make a curry, that's easy, fair enough. You can follow a fairly simple recipe for that, but she wants to learn how to make chapatis, taka dal, and just different bits of Indian
we got
food.
no Indian food out here. None. I mean, in San Diego proper, there is, but that's I don't go to San Diego proper because it's full of zombies. So I tend to just stay away from the populous areas.
You can always tell the zombies it's McDonald's. McDonald's. It's basically, we have a few of them here. Do you know if the weirdest thing I ever found out, which it's been going on for years, but it was the weirdest thing I ever found out, that McDonald's do delivery, takeaway. A McDonald's takeaway, you go to fast food, you sit in or you drive out. But when here's the thing,
PJ. So let's say it's 11 o'clock at night. Maybe you've been drinking a lot, and now you really want some chicken nuggets. That's where that comes in handy. I'm not going to say I've done it because I have, but that's not the point. Taco Bell also, it's midnight.
I think that's a slight difference in where you are in the world, because where I grew up, if you've been out drinking, it's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Kebab.
Yes, kebab.
In the UK,
there's the whole
kebab.
thing.
It's a kebab is your default drunken meal. I remember once me and my friend, half cut, standing in George Square, going like that, sitting with a kebab, all the sauce going, all right, darling. We must have had the curry sauce, the sauce all over our face, and we thought we were cool, going, hello, darling. We were about 18, 19, thought we looked good, but you can imagine the kebab sauce over your face, half cut, thinking you look God's gift to women. Hello.
Yeah, but the thing, it doesn't matter all those embarrassing moments, because with a kebab, you never have hangover the next morning.
Exactly, kebabs is the default. Yeah, I mean, you can always tell a good kebab. It's basically ground meat, or basically ground tongues, lips, and assholes. So we actually
it's like a hot dog.
In effect, it's a hot dog, but it's on a skewer, and we just get it all cut out and
Yeah.
But yes,
the only place I've had
kebab.
I had shawarma
strips
over in the Middle East, and so they make them down. We call it the sandbox. The ships pull in, and then you have this spot, designated where you can just get off the ship, get some food or whatever. But remember, it's like 120 degrees out. So you have a couple of different sauces. You have a red sauce, which is, fine, whatever. And you have the other one, which is a cream-based sauce. Never get a cream-based sauce in a place that's 120 degrees. Everybody on the ship, minus me because I don't eat cream-based sauces, was shitting everywhere. It was a freaking nightmare.
I've never even
Tales of the Sea.
Trying to make sure at the end of the Avengers movie, to be honest. Still not sure what it is.
The best one, I must admit, I've seen was for Jim. I did see this. Where was it? Was it Kelly? It actually says that the place, the Indian place or the Chinese place near her, was called Panda Express.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I've been over to the States.
It's like Chinese fast food.
See, last week when we weren't streaming, I was away up to Aberdeen. You should see there. I got that much stuff in Aberdeen that the Comic-Con that I missed, I would have saved money going to the Comic-Con. I've got that much. I'm doing it in 2 shifts, so this week and next week, so I don't even need to go to charity shops. However, when I was up in Aberdeen, there was a Taco Bell. And if we weren't going for a meal in Aberdeen, I would have gone to the Taco Bell.
Hang on. I literally live within sneezing distance of central London. How do you have a Taco Bell up there? And I have never seen one.
It's not even in Glasgow. It was up in Aberdeen, and we're walking past it, and I'm going, young Sylvester Stallone's been in that one.
Well, Jim, you have to understand how this all works. They only put Taco Bells in the suburban areas. They don't really put them in the cities. Same thing kind of goes around here. Yeah, it's mostly in the suburban areas. The cities can't tolerate them.
I'm sort of with you on there, but I have a feeling London is definitely moving toward that whole bodega system that where is it, New York have?
Yeah.
Where it's like you can grab a bag of crisps and a Coke, but you can't buy butter or milk or whatever.
Yeah. And Kelly Inch is saying we have a Chick-fil-A waffle fries to die for. Believe it or not, I was down in Southport. Southport, where the hell was it? It was down near London, in the outskirts of London, and they had a Chick-fil-A, and I got the waffle fries, and yes, they are to die for.
They're delightful.
The rest of it was mediocre, but the fries were absolutely delicious. So they are. And yes, up here, there's loads of McDonald's, KFC, Burger King, all over the place.
Yeah,
my wife
loves I will defend McDonald's at least to a little bit, because I came from Sweden at the end of the 90s over to the United Kingdom when I started moving stuff over. And I was used to, McDonald's is not a good hamburger chain whatsoever. And I went into the Oxford Circus one, or the one that is really near to that area. And I just went in and it's like, hang on. The fries are actually hot and salted, whereas we were used to them being ice cold and not salted whatsoever.
Yes. Well, McDonald's, I've had McDonald's. I grew up with McDonald's nearby, and I always thought McDonald's chips were cold.
Oh, you thought they were supposed to be that way?
Yes,
they're not supposed to be that way.
Growing up with a McDonald's nearby, we would walk in, get them, and they were lukewarm at best.
Now, McDonald's that's actual Scottish food, though, right, PJ?
Yes, because it looked warm to us. That's fine.
I like McDonald's. I quite like McDonald's filet fish. I like McDonald's breakfast, but for burgers, I prefer Burger King.
I see for Burger King.
Max.
Burger King, I love the chicken one, the chicken royale. That's the only thing I'll enjoy out of them all.
What's a chicken?
There royale? It is, kids. You heard it here.
Chicken.
The royale with cheese is a real thing.
Yes, chicken royale. It's got a mayonnaise dressing. I don't normally like mayonnaise, but it's got a mayonnaise dressing. It's beautiful. But I'm a greedy fat bastard, as I was told. I enjoy my food. Do you know the best carry-out thing I ever had was in Moscow? They do one, it's ground beef with vegetable. It's all literally ground together. And it's almost like an enchilada. It's wrapped up. And
they call it pierogi or something like that. Don't they?
That's exactly it. And it is one of the nicest things I've ever tasted. My daughter took us there when we were visiting her. She took us to this, effectively a mall in Russia, and it was basically had different eating places, and it had a Russian one. And we went there, and she ordered it for it. And see, when it came out, you take the first bite into it, you go, "Oh, died and gone to heaven." And I've never managed to find one. I've seen other places that advertise it, and they're mediocre. It'd be like going to a McDonald's in the UK compared to a McDonald's in America. That's how that's what you're getting. Over here, if we get a quarter pounder, you call it a hamburger. We call it a quarter pounder. When we see a quarter pounder, it's like that size. When you see a quarter pounder, it's like that size.
Yeah, I can definitely attest to that, both in New York and in Florida. It's a quarter pounder McDonald's in the States is not a quarter pounder here in the United Kingdom.
Yep. Grand Moff says
you could say the same thing for McDonald's in Japan is like a whole different animal. It's a travesty that they even call it McDonald's over there.
It's just putting the name out there. Grand Moff is saying she prefers Casey Jones. She can't stand Subway. In Glasgow, there used to be a Casey Jones, and I know exactly what, because it was in the train station, Casey Jones. Because every time I would go in, I'd be sitting there with a burger, going, Casey Jones, a steaming I would sing the music, so I would, and I love Casey Jones, and I love the Casey Jones burger.
That has the Viking seal of approval. If you're singing to your food, there's something right going on.
Yep. And I completely agree about Subway's bread too. It's there's something cardboardish. I don't know what it is about that. They just don't have it right. There's something wrong.
I have a problem with the entire Subway experience because when I order a sandwich, the problem is the utensils they use to cut the sandwiches with. So whatever the guy had in his sandwich before, that's what I'm getting on my sandwich because they're using the same utensils to cut. And so I don't go there because that drives me crazy because you may find this surprising, but I have a lot of odd food preferences and let's call them neuroses. So it's like, no, can't eat it. And then it's done. And then I have to leave.
Well, I have a question. I have a question about Subway. Did it originally start as a chain of
Subways?
No, it's a serious question because Subway is not a word in English. Well, you call it the Subway, we call
the underground. Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Subway is not per se. It's not really a word that we use this side of the pond unless we picked it up from you. So it's not a word that has any real meaning other than
the Subway chain started, I'm pretty sure, in New York. That's why I don't know what they look like in your neck of the woods, but the franchises have basically advertised themselves and fashioned themselves as a New York deli sandwich joint.
I think I would second that because having traveled around a little bit, even here in UK, if I have a Subway, I'm immediately, regardless of what kind of combination I had, the chicken, the Italian BMT, whatever it is, I'm immediately thinking of New York. I'm not thinking of United States. I'm thinking of New York.
Yeah, they have that
bold combination of flavors and all that.
Yeah,
right.
It's a New York Subway maps.
Yeah, Subway is to sandwiches what McDonald's is to actual burgers. They're facsimiles.
I jumped the gun there. I thought you were going to say what Subway is to sandwiches is what McDonald's is to food. Sorry,
I'm actually dropping a name in the private chat. It's a princess from Sweden. There was a hamburger joint 60 or 70 years before McDonald's became famous. And they held a competition 100 years ago in the local newspaper. What should we call our food chain? This food chain still exists today. They're famous for making really, really good hamburgers. They exist in the Scandinavias and in China, certain areas, in Thailand, I believe. I don't know how they managed to jump like half the planet and not plant like at least a shop in between somewhere. But she was called Princess Sibylla. So I'm putting the correct spelling into the chat so you can Google it yourself. She was a Swedish princess. And for some reason, the readers of this magazine, where they put out the competition, chose the name for that. So that became the burger chain's name. And they have been around for 120 plus years now.
That's fascinating. I've never heard of that.
Jim told us about this about 6-8 months ago. And it's fascinating for that. There used to be one in the UK, in Glasgow especially. I can only remember it was called Oliver's. See, for a sandwich shop, that was the best thing I had ever tried. And why they went out of business, I never know. You used to get bits of bread like that. And they basically just had the 2 bits of bread, and then they would literally ask you as they were doing it. So, do you want margarine, butter, or plain, or mayonnaise, or whatever? You got what you wanted. Then they would say, what do you want on it? So you could have about 7 types of meat on that one sandwich.
Yeah.
And then salad or not, and literally, how do you want it cut? Literally like that. They would literally customize it to what you wanted. No knives changed hands. So you basically, the butter knife buttered it, and then there was a mayonnaise knife, and it was literally like that. And it was never, the things never came in contact. And even types of meat. They would have tongs for each different type. So you didn't have the one guy with the tongs going like that with all the different types. So it was always different. And they could get a sandwich like that just with 7-8 different types of meat in it. And it was like 3-4 pounds. And then you would just
there's a burger joint that's coming up. It's been around in Los Angeles for I guess almost about a decade now, but there were only 1 or 2 locations. They're probably going to get a little bigger as time goes on, but it's probably the most expensive hamburger you ever bought, but it's a contemporary version of exactly what you described there, PJ.
And that's exactly
you watch the guy make it, and it's cafeteria style, but it's extremely high end. And when you eat it, it's like eating like a $20, quarter steak. It's just the best hamburger meat you've ever had in your whole life. And
I'm so hungry.
Yeah, I must admit, what would I rather do? Go and
Sorry,
get
Roman.
a quarter pounder meal for £6, or watch them customize the burger that I want for £8. I know what I'm paying for. I'm paying for that £8 burger. Don't care about the fries. Don't care about the drink. That's what I want. I want it made to what I enjoy, not what. Oh, here you go. It looks great in the picture, but it's flat.
Right.
And that's the type of thing I would actually rather pay for it. It's the same as they had an Arby's in Glasgow, and I loved an Arby's. Because it was so different. You weren't getting a burger, you were getting slices of meat on a burger.
We don't have those here.
It didn't last too long, but it's the same idea. People, it was a case of, oh, really? Do we want to actually try something new? Thinking it's great. But it's one of those things. We get that. We used to have Dunkin' Donuts, which I loved, and it went for a while. It lasted for a wee while, and then went out, and Krispy Kreme came in, and they took the big thing. And Dunkin' Donuts, I loved. I used to see it in American programs. People going in, going to have that donut, that donut, that donut. You're sitting there thinking, they look like cakes. They don't look like donuts. And then they had one over here. I'll have that donut, that donut, that. But they're cakes. No, they're fucking donuts that say so.
Yeah, but if you go to Dunkin' Donuts, you don't got to spend the next 3 hours on surveillance stakeout. I know this.
Exactly.
I've seen American talk shows. I know what donuts are for.
Yeah, but it's one of those things. Usually see when I'm in a different country, I always like to try a traditional meal. Like I went to Prague, and I got the red cabbage, and it was absolutely delicious. It sounds, because the idea of that is your breakfast is soup, and you're sitting there thinking, soup for your breakfast? Wow. And then you have as a main meal a bit of steak with red cabbage. You're sitting there thinking, but wow. And then you go to Moscow and you get borscht, and you're thinking, it's just basically vegetables with a wee bit of meat in it. But wow, it's because, see, if I got that here, there's Russian restaurants here, they do not taste even a fraction of how good it tasted in the motherland, as it were. And that's the difference. When you're getting it where people who actually eat it all the time are cooking it, you're getting it raw. You're getting it as it's meant to be tasted, not as how somebody says, well, this is how it's meant to be cooked. But people don't like this, don't like that, so we'll change the wee bits of the recipe to suit it to this culture. Bugger that. I want to taste the proper. It's the same as when I went to New York. I basically tried I saw on TV, the traditional New York food, because you've seen it on TV. You watch New York programs, and you've got, so I've gone in and I got the cider bacon and the refill coffee, because you see that in all coffee and all things. But I enjoy it. I love it. I love American roasted coffee. I prefer that to the stuff I get here, and I love my coffee. But an American roast, for some reason, tastes nicer. Is it because I'm getting it in America? More than likely.
Maybe.
Because they use it. They know how it's done properly. It's the same as a side of bacon. Right? A side of bacon, yes. I make a side. My wife makes a side of bacon for me every so often because she knows I love it. But going to Philadelphia and I got a Philly cheesesteak. When I went to Vegas, I got a a slice of pizza that size, just a slice.
Yeah,
Because
beach slice.
And it's basically the size of your arm, and that's only one slice. And I'm sitting there thinking, I saw this on TV, and I feel great eating it, all over my face. But I felt great eating it, and it's that type of thing. Because if I got a pizza like that here, it would taste like a pizza I got here. It wouldn't have made any difference. But getting it in the place where that became famous, it always tastes nicer. So when
there's a thing about New York pizza and about American coffee that that needs to be considered, and this is something my mother told me when she used to make pizza from scratch with pizza dough that she would buy from a local pizza parlor, and it's the water that makes the difference.
Right.
The water they use to process the coffee and the water they use to put in the dough. That's why you can't get good pizza outside of where it became famous, because the water made it something unique.
Same with the bagels.
Yeah, it's the same as in the UK. See, in England, Alec and that will be able to tell you better than I do, because obviously being in Scotland, our water is what's classed as soft water. Whereas in England, you do get a build-up of limescale in a lot of your appliances because it's classed as hard water.
Yeah.
And it's way up here. We never need to clean out our kettles a fraction as much as the English guys do, because their water's gets a build-up of stuff on their kettle elements. We don't. So to me, Scottish tea tastes better than English tea. Because I grew up with it, believe it or not. Surprise, surprise. Woohoo! Who says I'm half pished?
Welcome to Let's Talk Geeky, the food edition.
Speaking about food,
I was just taking a piss. I was doing an impression of Jim there.
Yeah. Speaking about food, Colin, you've seen the latest Lotus Eaters, right? About the fishing industry.
Not seen that one yet.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
Apparently,
no, it was the other day.
Oh,
Apparently,
yeah, I've seen that one.
So why are we talking about fish?
No, fish and chips. We cannot have cod and that at some point.
See, fish and chips. In my work on a Friday, last Friday of the month, we always have a chippy brought in.
Yeah.
And I never get a fish and chips. I get a king rib supper. And guys, just in case you're not aware of it, the guys in the UK will be a king rib. It's just a bit of meat. It's shaped like a rib. That's how good it is. It's shaped like a rib. See the McRibs? You remember how you used to get the McRibs?
Yes, not actually a rib, but yes.
Well, a king rib's a similar idea, and it's battered. It's got batter over it. King rib.
Wow, that's fascinating.
So it's basically there's no rib involved.
Yeah.
There's about as much rib involved in there is in a McRib.
The McRib.
I love the McRib. The McRib is delicious. That's the one thing. See, anytime the McRib appears on the menu, I will go to a McDonald's for a McRib.
And I want to make a statement in defense of McDonald's too, because I worked there from when I was 16 to when I was 18 years old, and that was back in the mid 80s. That place is so clean. Those places are cleaner than you think they are.
See, that's the thing. I've always, anytime I've been watching and I've been standing there, you see the people. They're different people at different stations, right? So it's not a case of one guy's going around doing it. Different people at different stations, and as they put something in, you see them feeding. I know. Even now, you see them as the guy puts the chips in. He doesn't go and do something else. He puts the chips in and then he cleans round them. And then he waits for the chips to actually be ready. He brings them out. And that, to me, that's why I still enjoy McDonald's, because you can see it's clean. The guys are actually told, this is your station. You do this and you keep it clean. And to me, that is the perfect way of doing it. And Mr. Brown, thank you very much. Yes, 427 subs. Getting there. So I'm climbing. In the last 2 weeks, my subs have doubled.
Good for you, man.
Nothing to do with that.
You've been getting some crazy views lately.
Yeah, I got one video
Excluding
got
the panda, of course.
110,000 views for one video. It's nothing to do with the fact that I'm a sexy bugger, but that's not
You know, that doesn't hurt though.
it doesn't. It doesn't hurt. You know what I mean? Being Scottish and gorgeous. You know what I mean? But that's just my wife's opinion. Any more alcohol?
PJ's talking to his drink. God damn it.
Yeah. I love you. I do.
Have we reached that point in the stream already? Usually it takes a couple hours.
The thing is, I always remember my mother telling me one important thing. Can't remember what it is, but it was important. My one important thing is, I'm right. It doesn't matter if everybody else is right, but I'm right as well.
Lord.
I love you. But apart from that, anybody watched anything fun? Roman, I did say fun. I noticed you watched She-Hulk.
No, I wasn't going to talk about that. So
I'm glad you watched it. I didn't need to because your reviews were enough to make me go.
I watch these shows so you don't have to.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
So my son and I did watch a couple good movies last weekend. We watched The Killer Elite with James Caan, and from The Godfather.
Caan!
No, different Caan. And
James Caan.
We watched Hunter, which was Steve McQueen's last movie. And both of those Hunter is a lot better than The Killer Elite. The Killer Elite, the pacing, it's a Sam Peckinpah film, so the pacing was just, it could have been about a half hour shorter than it was, but it was still entertaining.
Do you know what
Hunter,
Steve McQueen movie I loved? Bullet.
Oh, Bullet's a really good movie as well.
What
struck me,
the chases,
the car chase.
Exactly. I think maybe it was that because I was at that right age for it, but I've never actually seen Hunter.
See, what struck me when I'm watching the movie is he has no idea at this point. He's dying while he's making the movie. The movie is made in 1979, and he got his cancer diagnosis literally the day after filming was done, and he died in 1980, a year later at 50 years old. He went down to Mexico to get some experimental treatment, which clearly didn't work out. But it was just like I said. Well, the entire time I'm watching the movie, I'm thinking, this dude's dying and he doesn't even know it.
That is just amazing that they've had the diagnosis and they're still working as if nothing's wrong, and they're giving their all. You imagine nowadays, you're no well. Can it work? And that's basically the type of attitude you get now. Whereas then, it basically you're not well. Well, I'll do what I can to make this movie successful because it could be my last.
Nowadays, it's Viking attitude. I say, I know I'm dying. I will still go marching bravely toward that darkness. Or there's a poem about some English or American guy that's like, into the great darkness we march, something like that.
We will not go. Oh God,
we will not go
quietly into that great night. The speech from Independence Day, where he plucked that delightful that quote from Robert Frost. It's part of a Robert Frost poem.
Frost is it? One poem. Oh,
yes. We will not go quietly into this good night.
I think Michael Caine really nailed it into the popular
Michael
zeitgeist.
Caine always nails it because you're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
In Interstellar,
I know where that's from now.
When he makes
I know where that quote
exclamation.
is from.
Yeah, there's a quite a long, which I won't go into now, joke which requires you to understand certain American rock band and their lead singer, in label to understand who a certain intern in the White House was. It requires you to understand what that particular film was. It also requires you but it's a very long and it's quite a longish rambling joke. But that's the punchline.
Unfortunately, Colin, see that bit where you were talking about the punchline? You cut out.
I thought I might. That's why you see.
Well,
That's
basically, you said that's the punchline.
Nah, it's a long rambling joke.
The entire punchline was cut out.
Yep. Unfortunately, that's always the case. But Colin,
yeah.
So,
well, I'm seriously thinking. I'm wondering if I can actually get StreamYards up on my. If I do it all on the laptop, though, I'm gonna have to bloody log in and remember passwords and things like that if I do it on the laptop. I barely have enough problems getting on YouTube on the laptop.
That's why my desktop is always actually running. My desktop runs 24/7. The only time it gets switched off is to do a restart. It is never switched off. Just in case
it might be for offline sessions, Colin, but reach out to me and I will try to assist you to get things running smoothly for you.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
it certainly works.
I mean, I could do it. It's just to take the. I'd have to put the time. The timing out. I'd have to have them both on probably and see which ones I need to remember passwords and change passwords for.
Colin, see if you use Edge for your passwords and you save your passwords. You can go into Edge and it can give you a list of the passwords you've saved.
Can you actually do that from one device to another?
No, but you can export them.
Yeah, I know.
You can export them to a Excel document, and then you can import the passwords.
Oh, right. Excellent. That's helpful. Thanks. That's really well. Yeah, so I'm on Edge now. That's useful.
Do you know where I found that out? It wasn't from another IT support person. It was one a user. I was fixing his computer, and he says, "You can save my passwords and transfer them." I says, "Oh, can you?" I remember that'll be okay now for the. Our support guys do that all the time.
Yeah, that's really helpful because that's one good thing is as soon as you put a password, do you want to remember this password? Yes.
Yeah. Well, if you go into Edge and into your passwords, you can export them, and it will export them to a Excel document, and then you can import them to another one. It's simple. But I learned that from a user, so I take it as if us IT guys, we know it all.
Yeah, that is not true. I've been in IT for 25 plus years now. I'm still learning new crap
and it's usually
every day.
Users who actually use the systems every day who tell you, and we go, filed away. We'll keep that. Thank you very much. Take the credit. Yes, no problem. Thank you very much. But that's just us IT guys. Nothing to do with anybody else.
Yeah, of course I found out that way. Or it was completely my idea. Absolutely.
That's a good idea. I forgot about that.
Us IT people, we are better liars than lawyers.
Yes, correct. That's the man. That's the word I was looking for. Liars.
Nice.
That was the word.
I just thought I just misremembered, but liar sounds better.
Building trust in the IT industry, I'm sure. Yeah, we're all excellent liars, he says.
Hey, Stephen, this is only a face a mother could love.
Hey guys, it's kind of like that voting meme with Biden and Trump saying democracy or what constitutions or First Amendment and all that. And then you have Odin. I banished all the frost giants. So it's just like the first two, they didn't succeed, but I'm not seeing any frost giants lying around. It's kind of like how internet is working, but we're literally just guessing how to make it work.
Sorry, Jim, when you said Odin, I was thinking in Odin as in Friday Night Tights, Odin.
No, not Odin the pizza eater, Odin All-Father.
Yeah, I didn't realize you were talking about the proper Odin. But that's that's basically what happens when you're on YouTube too often. You actually think, what's Odin got to do here?
You mean Odin Hannibal Lecter? You mean Odin Hannibal Lecter?
Yes, that's the one.
That's hysterical.
A nice pizza.
So I did actually see a new movie, a newish movie yesterday. Misses of the Empire and I were here. My son, Jake of the Empire, was out. So we're like, okay, let's make some popcorn and find something new to watch. So we watched the new M. Night
post a film.
no. So we watched the new M. Night Shyamalan film, Old.
I've not even heard of that one.
I knew it was out there, but I really hadn't seen very much about it. I knew basically what the premise was. So there's a beach on an island, and time moves differently there, and these people are stuck on this beach with the goal of trying to figure out how to get off the beach before everybody dies. And it was actually, he's a very inconsistent director. He's done a lot of good movies and a lot of really
Roman, are you taking the shit? He's inconsistent. Come on, really? How many times have we watched a movie we're thinking, my God, that is absolutely fantastic, and then you watch another one and go, huh?
Yes. This one.
Why would an alien actually invade a planet which is actually mostly water and they're allergic to water?
I liked signs. Now the aliens' plan wasn't very good, but I can't get in the mind of an alien. I don't know how they think, but I enjoyed the movie. I thought the movie was fun, but this movie was much better than many of his products have been. So I will leave it there. So very watchable film. If you have some time to kill, it's better than She-Hulk, but nearly everything is.
See this here. See it. Yeah, that's better than She-Hulk. See it?
Yeah,
but it's better than She-Hulk.
You're not wrong.
Of what is there is better than She-Hulk. Come on to Buggery. Even I've not watched it. I've listened to your reviews, and I'm glad as hell I have not watched it.
Yeah, it's rough. It's a rough watch. I'm not gonna lie. So watching House of the Dragon, it's fine. It didn't hurt me on any deep level. There was a couple scenes that I didn't prefer, but it didn't make my soul want to die. And I like Matt Smith in it a lot. And I just like Matt Smith in general. I know a lot of people think he's overrated, but I don't think I liked him. I liked him as the Doctor. I've liked him in other things.
You're only seen that because I said that on your channel that I thought
I was being nice. I didn't say PJ thinks he's overrated. I just said,
come on. Matt Smith actually is the one holding this show together, the House of Dragons. But comparing it to not even the books, just the TV show that was, it goes from way too cartoony level to suddenly trying to be a little bit, let's show a raunchy sex scene, and then a little bit of decapitation. And it doesn't know where it belongs. So I absolutely did not like the first episode.
You didn't like it at all. I thought.
No. I was looking to try and save parts of it, and all of it circles back just to Matt Smith. There is nothing else that is redeemable about the show.
He is the best part of the show, without a doubt.
I can understand that because you know how I feel about the new Doctor Who stuff. I watched it until about halfway through Tennant, and I looked at my shelf behind me, and I realised all the new DVDs I bought, they weren't even out of their packets. I never rewatched anything. So I watched them once and never rewatched them. I thought they were okay, never rewatched them. The fact that I never rewatched them, I realised, definitely not for me. So I gave
I like Tenet as well.
Yeah, I gave my DVDs away to my nephews, and they were over the moon. They got Doctor Who DVDs. And then when Peter Capaldi came in, I started watching it again. And then I went, nope, not for me.
See, I liked him in season 8 and season 9. Season 10 was an abomination, but season 8 and
I
season
watched
9,
season 8 and a wee bit of season 9, and I just thought, this is just not for me. So I stopped watching it, and I never watched Jodie, and I'm not going to watch
the new fellow. I don't know what his name is either.
Dr. 14 or whoever it is.
Is it not Shooty something or other?
Shooty something, yes.
Yeah. So basically, I've not watched Jodie, so I'm okay. So I've not actually. I see. The funny thing is, anytime somebody says to me, "I watched The Unearthly Child and it's ruined Doctor Who for me," and I thought, really, how can something new ruin your old stuff?
I think you mean.
Well, the idea of it is problematic.
Colin, the reason I'm getting to the point of this one,
sorry.
and I'm sitting there thinking, don't be silly. It's new stuff. You can just ignore it and just watch the old stuff and enjoy yourself. Right up until I watched Rings of Power, and I gave all my books away. I gave my books away because I could not read.
Rings of Power. It was Dragon Reborn.
Wheel Time.
Yeah, in
You're
effect,
talking
I
about Wheel
could
Time.
not watch. I could not listen or read the books without picturing those people on screen. And I had to give them a book. I kept 5 books, and the only reason I kept the first 5 books is because they're the first editions, and that was the only reason I kept. The rest of them went to the charity shop, and I'm sitting there thinking, how hypocritical of me, because I never watched Doctor Who. How can it ruin it for you?
No, but
very fair point there. But if I am always forgiving if there is a movie adaptation of a book.
Yeah.
So say like Wheel of Time, I had completely different visages for the main characters. So Matt, Rand, and Perrin. Yes, Perrin, maybe 5'4" to 5'8", but very broad-shouldered and strong and blacksmith. He knows how to work himself around a blacksmith shop. Rand is a farmer's boy. That is by no mean ever an easy task, because you don't have a John Deere tractor with all that like American industrialized. We're driving 10 meters ahead, and we just fed 2,000 people.
Yeah.
Yep.
It is you spend half a day and you barely manage to put enough food for your own family.
Yep.
Into the silos.
I think
there's a reason. Go ahead, Colin.
You're never ever going to get the same experience from a book and a TV show. It's impossible.
See, Colin, I've actually read some books and I've seen it on the TV screen, and the changes. I'm sitting there watching. I can understand that. I can understand the changes because.
Oh yeah.
However, when they actually put Wheel of Time on, and within the first 30 seconds, they changed it so fundamentally that it changed the whole story from the first 30 seconds onwards.
Yeah.
Then
that is what I mean. It is these 3 guys should, at the very minimum level. I think we lost PJ there, but the topic was too hot for him. But
he said what he had to say. And
I'm agreeing with PJ. It is the 30 seconds in there.
See, the thing is, for some reason, as soon as I moved my mouse to click on something, it kicked me off. My mouse didn't.
Jim, I agree with what you're saying, but what I'm saying is I can't remember who said it, but the most important thing, everything that happens in a book, while the author has does the work, the hardest working thing in a book is your brain, because everything that you read happens in your brain.
And I put my mouse up and it did it. Shows you how much my system is actually going, PJ, fuck off.
PJ, aren't you supposed to be an IT professional?
Supposed to be is the right word there, right?
Aren't you an IT guy? I remember some conversation about this.
I literally picked my mouse up to show you why it did it, and it did it again. And I had my mouse on screen, so my mouse wasn't actually touching anything, and it did the exact same thing.
I know exactly what Jens would say about this, that PJ has a soy bitch mouse. Very, very sensitive. You just go ahead and touch it just a little bit, and it gets triggered all at once.
Yeah, I touched it inappropriately.
Just to be careful, because your mouse might report you to the police here in UK.
Yeah, there you go.
We're in Scotland, so basically it says I said the wrong thing, so that's me.
It may sound strange for the non-UK people, but yeah, in Scotland that can actually happen. You say something wrong in your own house, and they go.
In your own house. They've actually got it so that the children are asked by the teachers what they were talking about the night before. So if the kids tell, "Oh, my dad was talking about this," the police can turn up at the door of the parents because the teachers have asked the kids what the parents are talking about, and if it's inappropriate for their current situation, they can get you arrested.
I'm sure.
Yes, people, this is 2022.
Yes,
Scotland.
I'm sure
Churchill would be so disappointed with this generation.
Yeah, and this is it. Churchill, remember, this is the person they class as racist because he admitted that he did not like the Indians because he was stationed there and he didn't like them. So he must be racist to everybody because he said he didn't like a particular demographic because when he was based there, he didn't like them.
I'm sure I've heard of someone else, some other situation where they encourage kids to dob in the parents.
Oh, aye.
For some reason, I'm thinking it was in Germany sometime last century.
It was.
I thought it was on the History Channel.
I just wish I could remember exactly what those two occurrences were.
Yeah, it was about 80 years ago. It was even 100 years ago.
Yeah, something like that. And it's something similar in Russia as well, I think.
Yeah, it was during the time when 1939 to 1945 when all Germans said they were out for the day.
Yeah,
it was when the painter was in charge.
Of the long knives.
Yeah, when the painter was in charge, he had that sort of situation running.
Yeah, ironic that he was a creative. Yeah, he was a creative. How ironic is that to current day?
Yeah, and all fairness, that's the difference between him and the people nowadays. He was a creative. Nowadays,
yeah.
Well, he wasn't a very good creative, but
the creative amongst them all.
Lord, and that's when they got kicked off YouTube.
I just thought I would let you know before you actually start slagging me and having a good laugh at my general direction. You know how my phone case was a Laurel and Hardy one?
Yeah.
It started falling apart, so I replaced it.
Oh, nice.
Is that a they-them cover?
That's a them, as in them, the Giant Ants 1955 horror movie.
I wish I could find the button because you're always mentioning.
I always mention. I've got the T-shirt. That is my favorite horror monster movie. Then,
you know what, PJ? Let me recommend. If you want to look it up right now, you could probably find some photographs online. But in Burbank, California, there is an electronics franchise called Fry's Electronics. FRY''S Electronics. And at the Burbank location, the internal theme of the store is the props from them.
Wow.
They have a full-scale ant. They have a full-scale Jeep cut in half by a laser beam.
Oh my God.
Now we know where PJ's 2023 budget is going.
Yes.
Yep.
There it's there.
If they can stay in business long enough.
Well, that's no lie, brother.
There it's there.
Oh, wow.
Okay, there's where my 2023 budget is going as well.
Yeah,
there you go.
Does the ant sell you the oven? Because I'll buy an oven from a giant ant. I don't really have a problem with that. I'm not an antist.
I would buy a giant magnifying glass from a giant ant. But there you go.
Shall we start again?
Yeah, that's the face of the location with the UFO in the face.
Yeah, it's just absolutely amazing.
Oh, that's so cool.
I was going to say, shall we start a GoFundMe for PJ to get a bigger hair so I can put that in the background?
I don't know if Mrs. Maybe is going to go for this.
I'm pretty certain it will be Mrs. Maybe versus the internet.
Do you want to go to an electronics store in Burbank?
Yeah, do you want the two words that Mrs. Maybe will tell you? The second one is off.
Yeah.
I'll go for the English version, which is sod. But I'm pretty certain it's a little stronger than that.
As soon as I was getting a new case, I could put any picture. I could have put my grandson on it, But
Instead, you chose the giant
even
ants.
that beat my grandson out as a picture from a new phone.
Nice.
Yeah, them. I love them. I've always tried to actually emulate but I can never do it. The squealing of them.
For me, I didn't see the film initially. I actually came across the game, and we're talking way back when, where it's like a really pixelated art and everything. But the reason it was pixelated art is because they saved the remaining memory space for the audio, and the audio was perfectly captured from the film. So it was that scary, like crawling ants and everything. So
Did you
you were
guys
sitting
ever
there.
see Empire of the Ants, the 1970s giant ant movie?
That was based on H.G.
Don't-
Wells. I think.
No, do you know? I actually remember from computer game Attic Attack, which was the giant ants. That was a Spectrum game.
I think
Attic
it was
Attack.
Joan. Let me pull it up here. I believe it was. It had some names in it. That was my giant ant movie because that's when I was a kid. Empire of the Ants.
See, that sounds actually ideal.
Empire of the Sun. PJ, this sounds like it's right up your alley.
Oh, it
As a man-
definitely does.
No, it was. It was Joan Collins. It's a 1977 film.
Yeah, it's based on the H.G. Wells book.
That's what I was
Robert
just going to
Danzig.
say. It
Huh.
sounds like it's around the time where there's the Richard Chamberlain.
Do you know that
Richard
sounds like
Chamberlain?
there's a movie
It's a
called That
tower
Big
film where the AI takes control of the lifts and everything, so they can't escape. That's around that era where I
The
remember.
Towering Inferno. Are you thinking the Towering Inferno? Or
It
something
might
like
be
that?
that one. So
There
it's
was
like
this was
around
based
that
on,
region.
No, the one about the AIs, and it was the AIs taking over, and people tried to escape, and the AIs had control of the lift, would not allow it. It was
So
one of those.
this one was based on H.G. Wells' story. Obviously, I'm sure they took a lot of liberties with it, just like the Rings of Power will take a lot of liberties with destroying Tolkien. But I imagine Empire of the Ants is less impactful if you're an H.G. Wells fan than the Rings of Power will be if you're a Tolkien fan.
Well, the one I remember was Phase 4, which was not about giant ants. That was about ordinary size ants and was therefore more terrifying because it's about real, and they actually had. And it was mainly remember it because it had the young lady who married Peter Sellers, and my brain is completely switched off again. But
There's two of them.
There was
The
a
dogs,
movie
not movies.
about ants, and it wasn't giant ants; it was about fire ants. So you saw people actually try to fend off and actually try to create a barrier so the ants.
Lynn Frederick,
swarm
that's what I was thinking.
place, and they basically people would fall, and the ants would swarm them and eat them alive.
Yeah.
And I remember
they
those
did it.
type of ant movies, and it was the giant ants. It was just about swarms of ants.
Did you ever see
You-
Kingdom
you-
of the
you see-
Spiders?
I've seen all of these, but for me, the most scariest and involved thing on TV, because it wasn't a film, it was a TV show. It is MacGyver when he's fighting off those South American, was it like fire ants or whatever they are, and the fire ants are figuring out how to like cross a stream, walking on leaves and just waiting for it to come across, and he has to figure out how to make like a rubber suit out of literally duct tape and a Swiss Army knife. And
MacGyver.
yeah,
I know
it is.
Fire
It's
ants are no
MacGyver.
The original MacGyver is definitely better. Definitely. The newer one.
But it was still a very scary episode because I was so young at that time. I was like, "Whoa, they're actually coming for you." Usually,
They're smart.
because I was
The ants are
living,
planning.
I was living. Yeah, I was living at the a farm at that time when that came out, and it was like, "Oh, mosquitoes, bees, wasps, don't care. Snakes, don't really care about them." And then you have this tiny little army of ants, and it's like they're literally constructing bridges across streams so they can attack you.
Insects are scary. William Shatner did that Kingdom of the Spiders movie. That was not very good. In case you're curious.
Did you ever see the giant spider movie where you saw people running down pretending to be scared? They had actually employed a whole village to be extras, and people were running down, giving it. They were taking pictures of the ants and the spiders as they were running past, meant to be scared of them, and it was hilarious. They just filmed it all, so you saw people running, smiling, and going click, click, click next to the spiders. That
makes sense. But for us that grew up with, say, Shelob or Shelob, however you wish to pronounce it,
Shelob,
yeah, big ass scary spider from Lord of the Lord of the Rings, from Tolkien, Tolkien's mind straight to book on paper.
Do you know
that was scary? Balrog is literally the only one that is more scary than Shelob.
Do you know what I was more scared of me of when you said Shelob? Because anybody remember Schlock, the missing link?
That was one of those.
It was like
a B horror movie. Yes.
Yeah, it was like a Kentucky Fried movie.
Yeah.
I love
in the deep recesses of my mind, there was a schlock.
Yeah, and basically you see them, they're basically talking about all the dead bodies. There's a bag with all the dead bodies parts because they'd been ripped to shreds, and at the top of the black bag you saw an arm go like that. It was stupid. It was just so silly. It was fun. Like the girl who was blind and Schlock, the missing link, was come up to it and she's going, good boy, clapping it and going, yeah, fetch. And it would look at her and go and get the stick and get her hand, put it in her hand, close her hand round it as if to say, don't throw it away. Then she'd go, good boy, and throw it again. And we'd go, and then go and get it again.
That actually sort of reminds me with the... I do not understand why this film failed. It's John Carter from Mars, which it was Disney and everything. Did Martian Dog... The Martian Dog was really exceptionally well animated for that point in time.
God, I love
it. Had personality, it had character, it had charisma.
Yeah,
they had a marketing.
Do you know what the problem was?
Yeah,
the problem was John Carter from Mars was an unknown property. Most people, 99% of people, even there was only the hardcore fans that knew about that. So it was basically pushing it out to people who had never even heard of it. B, they didn't actually put that much into advertising it. And when they did advertise it, they advertised it as something different from what it was. It's almost like they didn't know how to advertise it.
But I feel so sad about it because I keep forgetting what the author's name is. He's done a lot of other great ones.
Don't worry.
Colin, you're the usual suspect when it comes to these things, but it is such amazingly well written. It is interesting stories, interesting ideas, and this is 100 years. Well, not 100 years. It's like 40 years before the space program was even invented in the States.
1918, I think, something around that. Yeah, and it was Bauer's first book as well. Princess of Mars was Bauer's first novel.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I think also as someone who loves it, I quite understand it, and I think the way they named it fits perfectly. The problem is, if as you say, PJ, most people don't know who it is. You got John Carter. Who's John Carter? Why do I care about John Carter? Oh, it's something to do with the Americans. The start.
We lost.
I am not sure about that background noise, but it did kind of fit in.
Colin, you cut out again. You basically said, who's John Carter? And it went silent.
So, if they called it if the film had been called John Carter of Mars, people would have had some idea of what it was about, because they just called it John Carter. Who's John Carter?
Yeah.
No idea. It doesn't mean, and it doesn't necessarily.
Because just calling it John Carter, because you had the other movies out in the air, it was like the Born Supremacy and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. They were basically saying, well, is it an action movie?
Yeah.
Don't know.
Yeah. The way they should have marketed it was historically. They should have started off the same way that they did the first Christopher Reeve Superman, the way they started that movie off with the original comic book pages opening.
Yeah.
Right? They should have advertised it the same way. They should have
Yeah.
brought up that it was a Victorian piece. They should have given you a sense of the time period that the story came from. Yeah, John Byrne cover.
Oh, come on.
That was one of my picks of the week. It's a metal one for the wall.
From the
I'm sorry. I chose a salmon starter, a perfectly made sirloin steak, and a melon dessert dish, rather than spending money on something to put on the wall behind me.
I know.
I will give it. I will give this as a teaser, and it's Mr. AWK's fault. I'm deliberately not on camera for the next couple of moments because AWK has provided something very nice that I think you all will appreciate.
So when it gets the pick of the week,
it
will definitely be there.
Yes. Unfortunately, that was one of my picks of the week, and so was the She-Hulk. But I picked up see, when I went going to the Comic-Con in Glasgow, I thought, well, I'm not going to the Comic-Con, I'm going on holiday. I'll probably save about £200 on stuff that I spend. And I spent a hell of a lot more when I went to Aberdeen, getting into shops and charity shops. That's basically the Comic-Con would have been cheap for me. But I've got that much, I've decided to hold it in half. And even half, I could actually have done it over 4 weeks. That's how much I got. And that was one of the things I got. The Hulk, the She-Hulk comic, and that from a charity shop. The Man of Steel A3 cover, that it's metal. I'm going to put up on the wall. It's not going up on the wall until my room's been redone. But, oh my God, it looked great. Superman, USA's at finest.
Miranda?
By the way, Miranda, I meant to say, you were talking about stuff. I've still got about 20 of these guys here.
Oh, wow.
That's my orcs from Warhammer. And I've still got them painted because I use them for Dungeons and Dragons. Unfortunately, I've not got any Space Marines or any 40k stuff left. I used to have thousands of Warhammer and Warhammer 40k stuff. And I got rid of them all. I had Battle Street, Gothic, and unfortunately, I've got nothing left except my Dungeons and Dragons stuff. So, I did say last time that I did have a few, and I would dig them out for you. But that's one of the multitude that I've got left. I've got a load of stuff painted, but I'm still can't paint. It's no fair.
Miranda, can I just ask you one question? Does the name Doc Smith mean anything to you? There's distinct possibility Stephen and I might be having a little bit of a chat about the likes of John Carter at some time in the future. As in, going way back to the people who I would say the granddaddies of. I would say, yeah, you're right. So much was Nick, but you just look back what Burroughs did. Burroughs is probably the first person, in fact, to do an interconnected universe, because I don't know about John Carter, but he also did Tarzan. It's what he's most famous for.
Oh God, I've got all the Tarzan, Johnny Weissmuller Tarzan movies. I've got all the Johnny Weissmuller stuff.
He did the Peluchadar novels, which of course gave us my brain is really dying today, which gave us Doug McClure.
Jan says Doc E.E. Smith.
That's the one. Peluchadar gave us Doug McClure and the Cleavage. Several delightful cleavages that would later go on to appear in Hammer movies. But they were interconnected. So, he may have been the first author who had several completely different strands. I mean, you think the Tarzan novels are their own sort of thing. The Peluchadar novels are sort of sci-fi adventure. The John Carter ones are psychic traveling space travel. All of these things, and he was the first one to come up with all these things tied together. Yes, Doc Smith, the grandfather of the creator of space opera, and everything you see in any film you see now, you can probably say that's either been in Burroughs or Smith, almost certainly.
Yeah.
But
there's something that Burroughs did that I don't think was ever even considered for science fiction before, and certainly hasn't been considered very much since. And that is that John Carter's superpowers were achieved because he was born on Earth and Mars is a smaller planet. So gravity is different.
The gravity, so which means that he had a stronger. It basically was stronger. Superman and Krypton, basically.
How many seasons of Star Trek? How many seasons of Stargate just don't even deal with those concepts at all? There should have been at least one episode of Stargate.
I know, fairness.
I so agree with that concept. That it's like every planet that SG, Star Trek, whatever they go to, it's like, it's just planet Earth. Now, we're escaping with our own minds. We're applying a little bit of extra layers to whatever they're trying to show, but none of them really do. Yeah, and I've found myself in the last decade to fall in love with a little bit more of the scientific ones. So the Martians, the Bobbyverse, where they actually take these things into account.
Bobbyverse up, because that is one I recommended and I can't.
Yes, you did, and I absolutely freaking love Bobbyverse. It's amazing.
In Star Trek, the difference between Star Trek and Stargate, Star Trek initially they talked about M-class planets and stuff like that. So after a while, they dropped that, and it just assumed everything was an empire. But in Stargate, they did say that early on that it seemed that every planet seeded was similar, if not a mirror of the Earth.
That was a nice out for Stargate SG-1. They would never build a gate
in a planet that wasn't at Earth gravity, whatever. And that's, to me, was a good out for them.
Yeah.
So you can't actually say that, well, they didn't do it, but
it is called Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah, but the thing is, they gave a good explanation, and it worked within the series, because a couple of times they connected to a gate which had the black hole episode.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It basically...
That was such a great one.
That was a great one, and it basically showed about the time dilation and the gravity, how it affected through the wormhole and stuff like that. So they
sorry, PJ, to interrupt. No. But Bobbyverse does that amazingly when it jumps between the times, because it's the same time across everybody, but it is different years if you're following the soul years.
Well, the thing is about Bobbyverse, it's all about the transport time within. So it takes 2 light years. They didn't actually just assume that every communication was up to date, and that was the main thing.
Yeah.
I just got a beep. Why did I get a beep?
Well, the thing
is, that Jim, that other episode.
Hello, Wade.
Hey,
there she is. Hey, all hail Wen.
I made it.
it. Yeah,
clawing,
now you control us. Now control us all. Control us all. We're out of control. Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm here.
You leave us to our own devices. It just becomes chaos.
I leave you guys alone for 5 minutes, and look what happens.
Peter.
Oh, it's been more than 5 minutes, and trust us, we've caused a lot of chaos. We got killed by pandas like 3 days ago.
Yeah, I heard about the pandas. Yes, I was actually in the chat for that one, and
he turns up.
It was.
How does it know?
I know.
I was gonna go on camera like this. Because it's been that kind of a day.
Andrew's back.
Oh, dear. Oh, I love him. He's lovely. Kung Fu Panda.
Unfortunately, I can't send it to you, Wind, because my mother's claimed it first.
Oh, there we are.
I'm sure Wen will still win that battle. Because all I know about your mom, AWK, is
Yeah, I know.
When it comes down to it, doesn't matter who it is, your mum always wins. Doesn't matter if she's fighting Incredible Hulk or She-Hulk. She always wins. It's your mother.
She's taking no worse than that.
Rule 1, mother is always right. Rule 2, when mother is wrong, refer to rule 1.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
when mothers are wrong, revert to one mothers are
The
never wrong.
only change to that rule is if you're getting married and you change the word mum for the missus.
Oh no. When it comes down to it, mum always wins over missus.
Wow.
Oh, goodness gracious. See, I was raised by wolves, so I don't have the first
dear.
problem. I just have the second one. And it's not a problem, in case you're watching this.
No, the thing is, right, I can honestly say my mum passed, but my wife always knows that when it comes down to a decision, that if my mum always told me something, that wins out. However, if my wife's mum tells me something, it beats my wife.
Arg.
Arg. But it could be worse.
Nice puppy reference.
That's right.
It could be worse.
Ger arg.
It could be
That's
a
our Ger arg. He
lot
looks
worse.
just like that guy.
It could be a lot worse.
AWK, this is about the time where I should turn on my cam, isn't it?
Oh.
Don't know. He hasn't announced pick of the week yet.
Nice Wolfman. Yeah.
I'm just
Long
happy he was
Cheney.
awake.
Classic.
Love it.
Let these amateurs brag a bit before we show or flash the thing we want to talk about.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
You know,
I think I know what's coming.
From the right angle, that looks almost like he's wearing a cloth cap or he's wearing one of those World War II paratrooper hats. PJ, this is just the right angle. That Wolfman, it looks like.
Yeah, the paratrooper helmet is dead on. I totally get that one.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah.
Yep. Part of the 501
Very
right
nice.
there.
Yeah.
See, when this is what happens a lot when you're not here. Imagine just how much more of it's going on.
Yes, I know. I had to come and check on you guys. It's been a bit of a crazy day. To suffice it to say, family stuff, helping someone, who needed to go into care, get into care. So it's worn us out. It's worn us out a bit, but we've come through the other side.
Yeah, and
We're
congratulations.
a bit bloody. We're a bit battered.
I'm happy to hear that you're through to the other side, and I hope things will be stable.
Yes. Let us pray, shall we?
That's it. AWK just left.
I think he was abducted. That didn't sound like he left on his own.
The Fast and the Furious came in there and grabbed him.
Yeah. You know what's been flying over us lately? We've been getting the big birds. The big what are they called? Like the great big dual propeller birds, the big army birds. Been
like C-70.
Oh, you mean
I think possibly, yeah. They've been really busy over the top of us.
Are they props or are they jets?
Are they what? Sorry?
Are they propeller aircraft or are they jet engine aircraft?
They sound like propeller aircraft. They're like the big birds. They
Darren saying Chinooks.
Yes,
Chinooks.
Choppers. That's old Chinooks.
Those are helicopters. You're talking about helicopters.
Yeah.
Chinooks are helicopters. The C-30s, 31s, 30s. Yeah. They're called Hercules.
C-47 is the Chinook.
They have such a distinctive sound. It's so cool to hear them going over.
Yeah,
but then you start
in
thinking,
LA,
why are they going over so much?
In LA, they do patrols with ospreys, and that's an awesome sight to see. It's 3 or 4 ospreys
fly over my house all the time.
Oh, I bet that's awesome. Yeah, That's
as long
really
as they're
awesome.
not falling, they're fine. They're they've only recently become a
Yeah,
stable
they're
aircraft.
low as well. They certainly sound pretty low unless it's an echo, like a sound traveling, but they get your attention. You know they're going over the top. It's like, oh my God, there they go again.
When you hear a normal helicopter, it's but when you hear those Chinooks,
Hey,
it's
Miranda. Thank you.
It's almost a more.
Yeah, it's the dual rotor helicopters. There's a lot. I mean, there's. I used to work on the 46s back in the day, and they're cousins. They're very similar aircraft. The 47 is a bit larger, but not a ton larger. A lot of the same systems. And they're a hoot. Just totally, forces working against each other to make something fly that shouldn't. That's
it does. It looks like a U-boat.
We'll get rid of the Chinook
name.
name. We'll get rid of the Chinook name. We'll just call them bumblebees. Basically, somehow something's flying it shouldn't.
That shouldn't.
You basically got a bumblebee with wings that size going, and they're lifting somebody my size. It doesn't seem to work, but it does. That's why I always think when I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons, they say, right, you've got a unicorn. It's not real, but it's in a game. Really? Have you ever seen a bumblebee? That's real. These things can be real. But that's just me. I might be gullible. I don't know.
Remember the killer bee movies they used to make in the 70s?
I'm very gullible. Yeah.
What was that? The what in the 70s?
They used to make the killer bee movies.
Yeah.
The killer bees were like all the rave in the 70s.
They were.
They were very,
they had
a lot of just insect movies in general were popular. We were talking earlier about the ant movies, and then you had the spider movies.
The eight-legged freaks, things like that.
Eight-legged freaks.
I feel they actually added to people being more afraid of them. It's kind of like Jaws, how it managed to dip the coastal.
See, once Jaws was in, you tried Jaws 2, 3, whatever. But then they had piranhas, they had stuff.
I remember
like
piranha,
ones and stuff like that. It was everything in water they could think of.
Alligator movies.
Exactly.
Even to this date, I have people that are so afraid of swimming out in perfectly calm water, no currents or anything. Currents is by far the greatest killer of people, but they go, there's like 4 feet down. I can literally put my feet down. Think of Kevin Costner's Robin Hood film. It's like, I can't swim. And it's like, put your feet down. You can stand up.
That was the fight with the big little
Mel Brooks version.
Yeah. As a lifelong Jaws fan, I was kayaking back from Great Island off the coast of Cape Cod. And it had gotten a bit dark, and we'd left it a little bit too late to we really should have gone back a bit earlier. And let me tell you, every single key scene from that film was flashing through my mind, and we were in like a tandem kayak, and the paddles were in the water, and I'm thinking, yeah, we're a nice big seal. We look just like a seal. I'm like, paddle faster.
I'm kind of with you there when because part of the military training I did was we had to paddle dual canoe 220 kilometers, and it had to be done less than 48 hours. We had to get to an island, and then we had to put up a camp that couldn't be spotted from the mainland, from that tiny little island. So we literally had to crawl to grab blueberries and whatnot, so we had something to eat and nourish ourselves. We couldn't light a fire or everything, and then we had actually to sustain ourselves off that energy and then go back out. And when I did this training exercise it was about 6.5 days, I think it was in total. Just before I went on this exercise, I had just watched Jaws. And I knew there are no sharks in these waters, but I was just going. Every time I put the paddle down, it was like I was sneaking the paddle down to not make noises or anything.
Jim, do you know that I can tell you one that Well, there's two. One, we all know in the UK, around the UK waters, there's no great whites the same idea as in around Australia or America, right? We are aware of that. I know someone who started showering and wouldn't bathe in a bath because they watched Jaws.
Oh dear.
So she,
Yeah, that's
she would
nature
only
phobia,
shower.
Tom.
She wouldn't even go use a bath because of Jaws.
Well, that shows the impact, and I think
Yep.
that is an
It's very
amazing
primal.
thing that storytelling have.
Uh-huh.
You can literally make you scared of something that could not
But, yeah, I
possibly
can
happen.
understand if
Illogical.
she says, I do not want to go in the sea, but she wouldn't swim. And I thought, weird. But when I heard that she actually went for showers rather than go for a bath because she had watched Jaws and she was so scared.
Well, I hope
of
she don't
water.
watch sci-fi movies because for the sci-fi channel, they've got no sharks
Do you know I had
I'm just gonna say, when it comes to baths,
land
it's
shark.
Ghostbuster 2.
No, do you know
The
I
lady
wanted
that
to-
gets grabbed in her bathtub.
No, do you
That
know
is
I
the
wanted to
scariest
do
one.
when I heard that she didn't like showers and she only liked showers and she wouldn't bathe. I wanted to be outside the door with the Psycho tune turned right up.
Well,
But that was just the sickle bit in me going and see how she actually. But
well,
I wasn't allowed to do that.
Piranha, of course, is the answer to the question of the week. Why should you not bully Wednesday Addams' brother?
No
Pugsley,
idea.
you mean?
You've not seen the clip.
It's in the preview.
You've not seen the. There's a preview for that. There's a new Addams Family.
I've seen the
spin-off.
clip.
Yeah.
I've seen the stills from it. And yes, I agree with Az.
Yeah.
Yes, it might be going back to the original art, as in the cartoons. I can understand that, but if you're going back that far, that it's actually not what made it popular, then you can't criticize people for saying that's not the Addams Family I grew up with.
There's a bit in the clip. She comes into there's the I presume it's the swim team, because I know the American schools have all these sports, the swim team, and she comes in. It's very because something along the lines of, I'm the only person that gets to mess with I'm the only person that gets to mess with my brother or someone. And it's the swim team looking at it, and she holds up these two big, the sort of bags you get at fairs with a goldfish in.
Yeah.
She has two big plastic, and they've got piranhas in them, and she just drops them into the swimming pool. And they burst out of the bag. And I think at one point you see one of them getting out, and it's quite you don't see quite where he gets bitten, but from the way he's actually standing as he's getting out of the water and where the block, you can have a reasonably good guess of exactly where he's getting from. And
could that be?
he's not going to be getting on with, let's say he's not going to be getting very far with the cheerleaders anymore.
No.
But it's just about a 30-second clip that's just this piranha. I go, yes. I think I want to watch that series. It will be worth giving a go when it comes out, because it might be very, very good, very funny.
Yeah, every time I see one of the trailers for the show, all I can think of is, isn't she white-faced? Didn't they pale her up quite a bit? That she's now ghostly appearance?
She's a Latinx actress, so in effect, then they've white-faced her up. But that's okay, because you're not allowed to blackface anybody, but you're allowed to whiteface them.
Yeah, but I mean, the weird thing is that Gomez.
Are we talking about the new remake?
Yes.
No, thank you.
But if you think about it, technically, both the kids are going to be Anglo-Hispanic, because apart from the gentleman whose name escapes me but was in the TV series rather than the films, I mean, Gomez is Hispanic.
John Ashton,
yeah. John Astin was Anglo, I think, from what I remember the piece. But Raul Julia is definitely Hispanic in his looks, which he should be, because I mean the name Gomez is a Hispanic name, so you've obviously got the kids should be some degree Anglo-Hispanic mix. So if one of them looks more Hispanic and one of them looks more Anglo, that makes sense. You know, so if
Yeah,
they do
I always
put an
considered that Gomez wasn't necessarily Latin, as in Latin American, but
Yeah.
Portuguese or Spaniard.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
The way I looked at it is, believe it or not, I didn't actually notice. All I knew was a family, and the guy was called Gomez.
Yeah.
So
Well, yeah, I
the
mean, I'm-
fact
didn't
that
even
they were
consider it.
white or whatever it went. And
Yeah, I
even
mean,
Yeah,
when
well, that's
the
the
movies
magic
came
of
out-
black and white TV.
But even in the movies came
But,
out.
that's how I identified the first Zorro, the black and white TV Zorro
I
show.
remember Zorro. We were talking
Yeah,
about that last night.
it wasn't that it was a Spaniard. It was just someone standing up for the people
Yeah.
wherever he
Oh,
was.
I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah.
we knew it was meant to be in Mexico. It was because it was Don Francesco, whatever. But did we actually notice he was Mexican or not? No,
Oh,
we,
no,
we
yeah,
just
yeah.
saw him as a good character.
the only reason I mention it and it comes to mind is because you're saying that, you know, that the actress she was played by a Latino actress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
So yeah, but I mean, so if you step back a bit, it makes sense. You know, that's not something where you would say, "Oh, sticking in a."
No,
X
the
for any
issues I have for it is, believe it or not, Gomez. Because to me, that's not the Gomez I grew up with. So it doesn't matter if they're saying to me, "Oh, but that's the original cartoons." I don't care. It's not what made it popular. As I said, as heels versus babyface says, we don't care about what the original was. We care about what made it popular, what brought it into our hearts.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
Yeah,
it
I mean
was
that's the
it
one I
was
grew up with
Addams
as well.
Family
Yeah.
TV show. It
John
wasn't
Astin.
necessarily the comics.
But
So
then
to us, the comics were unimportant. It was John Astin and stuff like that. It brought it in. So that's what we see as the Addams Family. And the Addams Family movies all
Yeah.
work because
Oh,
They did.
they basically had a similar look to the
Yes.
Addams Family.
Same vibe.
But they were they were actually lovable just because of what they were. They weren't going. It's like, oh, we're doing absolutely this, and the most important thing about Gomez is that he's Mexican or Spanish or
Yeah, it's
Portuguese.
like we didn't care as kids growing up. It was just
We
it
didn't
was just
care. All
great
we
fun
know
show.
was, by the way, Gomez would go like that into his pocket and bring out a cigar. That was the cool thing about Gomez. It was not the fact is, oh, he's Mexican. Oh, we know, we identified. We didn't care. Believe it or not, we just saw a cool character.
oh yeah, so, I mean,
Yeah, absolutely, it was a cool character that we all fell in love with.
Yeah, he was a romance
and to
genius.
bring it back, I dare to challenge this entire panel and the chat. Morticia, did we not love her?
Oh,
Yes.
God,
Oh,
I.
she was Carolyn. I can't think of her surname. Carolyn. Who played
Jones.
Morticia? Yeah,
Carolyn
she's
Jones.
beautiful,
Helen
beautiful
Jones in
woman.
the show,
she was.
Angelica Houston,
Yes.
and I'm afraid I
Yeah.
never found Angelica Houston attractive. But
I think-
Well,
unattractive,
you
but she
still
never-
loved the
she never
character,
did it.
didn't you?
Morticia was the same as the monsters when we were looking.
Yes,
at
I was
them.
going to say.
She was the perfect mother.
She was
Even though it was a
breathtaking.
weird family, she was the perfect mother. Morticia was the perfect mother. It doesn't matter
I'm
what
not
family.
so sure. If she was my mother, I would definitely have been very scared.
But that's the
I would
thing.
Luckily, I only grew up being
When we grew up-
scared.
It didn't matter what program we were watching. Like, for instance, Married with Children. Peggy was the perfect mother for that family. Morticia was the perfect mother for that family. And the monsters, oh God, what was Herman's wife's name?
Lily.
Lily was the perfect mother for that family. And that's the thing. Didn't matter if she was the perfect mother for our family. Made zero difference. She was the perfect mother for that family. And to me, that was all it mattered. Because
I always wanted a pet Spot, the thing under the stairs,
Yes.
you know, that used to
The
breathe
dragon.
fire when the staircase would lift up.
you only ever saw the dragon.
I wanted hands.
Oh,
But
okay.
even with where Peter was going, Kate Segal.
Kate
She was in Married with Children, but I've seen her in Sons of Anarchy and tons of other things.
She was in Futurama. She played
brilliant.
Leela.
It's like
Leela.
wow.
Yeah, she voiced Leela.
Leela.
Yeah, she was Leela, I believe, as well. But holy crap, this lady can actually go from being absolutely ditzy to holy, let's censor it for YouTube crap on hardcore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it goes to show how good an actress she was, that she can actually make you go to fuck. Yeah, I mean, that's the type of character. That's a type of character actor is great because you don't know what's going to happen in the next part.
Yeah, it's like Gene Hackman going from French Connection to Superman.
Yeah, Stephen, everybody in the channel, his Roman frozen. He looks as if he's no moved.
Yes, I think
I think Romans are frozen here. Should I grab a screenshot and put it on
screenshot it. Screenshot it.
Basically, he looks as if it's frozen.
Done. Screenshot it.
Oh, what a look that is.
You're going to screenshot PJ.
I got the screenshots. Let me just get a bigger one.
Stephen, the last time I froze like that, Jim got one of me and it looked as if I was actually half eye open.
Oh, he's gone.
Like it's probably because his system actually crashed.
Yeah, to pop back
he crashed before I could get it, but I did manage to get the big one with everybody of us, and he's standing there as like it's a shocked look.
I was sitting watching and I was sitting there thinking, Roman's literally no moved at all. It was literally.
I'm sharing the screenshot. Was that you, Stephen?
Was it
Jamie? I'm gonna pop my screenshot into the Twitter group chat for Let's Talk Geeky.
I'm just gonna make this publicly available, just like I did with PJ.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Cam. They are superb actors.
Yeah,
I think
it's no popped up yet.
It didn't draw me to watch because I was just so they imprinted on me so much, Carolyn Jones and John Aston, but no shade at all on those actors. They were brilliant actors, and certainly Raul Julia is no longer with us, bless him. But yeah,
I only vaguely remember the Addams Family TV show. I much more remember the Munsters, and I don't remember a great deal about that one. But something to a degree, I must admit, the
Munsters was a bit campy. It was a bit, a bit campy, and I would say the Addams Family was more of like I can't really describe it. It's they were very different types of shows, and yet they had a lot of similarities as well. But you could either like one and dislike the other, or you could like both. I enjoyed both, but I would say my favorite was the Addams Family over the Munsters, although I did love them both.
I'm also tempted to wonder if it's about Wednesday. I suspect that the other cast, certainly the parents, are probably going to be not in it as much. It's going to be about her rather than the family. So the casting of Gomez probably won't necessarily stand out so much if he's not on screen so much. But, it might even make people go back to the comics again. He might even persuade people to say, well, this is more comic, but like, oh, what? There were comics? I don't think I'd even realised there were comics, or hadn't consciously realised there were comics until someone said, well, this is more comic accurate. Or at least it certainly wasn't something I really thought about. So it might make people see if they can track down the original comic strips and the rest of it. You never know. These things do.
I've just seen the screenshots
I will have to admit, when it comes to Raul Julia, I had never seen him before Street Fighter game, but
he was in there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
he was in that with Jean-Claude Van Damme, but still,
John
when
Ashton,
I started thinking back, he was in a lot of films that I really loved before that. It was just that's the one that stood out because he managed to play such a bad guy in such a cheesy film and still bring gravitas. That this is why you should respect him. He's a bad guy.
I remember him in a film called The Gumball Rally because he was playing a driver in it, an Italian driver, I think. And he was really over the top in that. I can't really say more, really, but you got to give that film a watch.
It's also my impression of him overall, but he still is that. I love his over the top acting. It is coming from such a far outside angle, the way he pronounced things, the way he states things, the way he does things, the way he moves. But then again,
Raul Julia.
Raul Julia. But props to the guy. He's actually doing in Street Fighter a prolonged fighting scene against Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah.
And still managed to hold his own. Yeah, he spoiler alert, he gets his butt kicked. But he's not getting his butt kicked in the first second.
Yeah, one of his best performances for me is still him and Richard Dreyfuss in Moon Over Parador.
Dreyfuss is such an amazing character as well. Actor.
He plays a mad, South Central American dictator kind of character, or the assistant to a dictator. And he's like blonde hair and blue eyes. So he's got this kind of like Argentinian, World War II German kind of attitude to him. Yeah. It's just a brilliant performance. And Dreyfuss does this Ronald Reagan imitation as the president of their country.
Oh my God!
I just love what Peter just shared, because you managed to capture the look of Roman. Is like I'm not sure if that's despair or like wonder or disbelief.
Yeah,
I don't know what he's
to tell us. Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah, I don't know what he's actually wanting to tell us.
Yeah,
at this point,
he's wanting to tell it.
You were actually on, and then suddenly I noticed you were going.
There was a string of profanity in the garage over the last few minutes that would probably get me banned from most major platforms. Good Lord.
Welcome back, Roman.
Thank you. Thank you.
What I would basically say was, it's not so much you hung, it's basically you were well hung.
Wait, what?
Yes, that's British humor for those across the pond.
Yes, for those across the board, let's call that British humor. It's not that your system hung; you were well hung.
Well, thank you. I do.
Thank you very much.
I do try to impress.
That's gallery humor, isn't that gallery humor? Like art gallery humor?
Yes.
As opposed to galley humor.
Yeah.
Yes. As opposed to sausage humor.
Remember, the difference between UK humor and American humor is UK humor is self-deprecating. US humor is laughing at other people. So you can see how we're going with we're saying Roman's well hung. Self-deprecating.
Well, we can. I'm pretty sure Roman cannot.
I'm just leaving this hanging here. But Oh, sorry, that was.
Oh
stupid. I apologize. That
no!
wasn't good.
He has just committed that he actually understands the British part of the humor.
Right now,
Uh,
talk about TV shows. That'll teach him.
Nice.
Really, really weird.
Yeah.
Well,
Remember,
when in the
guys,
Empire,
when-
be a Roman candle.
This is your night, Roman. This is where you lost it all. And I know you're a father, but yes, you lost it all this night.
I was gone for like a minute.
Yeah, you were going for a minute too long. That's what the problem was.
Apparently.
Right, guys, give me 2 seconds. I'll use cover for me, would you?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
I just want to go back. PJ, you said about Raul Julia, right? Did you know he was given a state funeral in Puerto Rico?
Was he?
I
Because
didn't
he was-
know that.
Wouldn't surprise me because he was a
iconic.
charismatic character.
Yeah.
He was only 54 when he died as well.
Oh,
Yeah, he
wow.
was
Oh,
Oh,
so
and he
young.
was just
Yeah.
coming in to his own.
Yeah.
Right? What is it? Kiss of the Spider Woman was like such a tremendous thing that he did. That was a hugely impactful film, Academy Award nominated. I think they won as well. And it was our
Wow.
introduction to John Williams, wasn't it? John Williams?
Really?
The guy who's
Yeah,
playing General Ross right now.
I believe John Williams came in through that for some
Yeah.
reason, and that's what's caught the attention of even greater producers and directors at the time. And it's so amazing. Before I actually joined this panel, me and PJ decided, hey, why don't we talk about geeky stuff? Way, way, way back. And I will have to admit, I have no clue about Doctor Who or anything like that, or Star Wars. I love Star Wars. I know George Lucas was kind of ish responsible, but the fact that people like Adam Savage had something to do with how to build the prop sets and everything to put in front of
Adam
the camera.
Savage is awesome to watch. We used to love Mythbusters, but like when he does the tours of his office and he's got Hans Blaster and he's made, and he's got like all this stuff. Oh my god.
I so love that. And like what I shared earlier today, this morning, we're talking about doing maybe Dungeons and Dragons things. And I know Mama Susan and YouTube is spying on us. But I just found it so weird that here's how you can actually make an amazing Dungeons and Dragons desktop. And it would not cost you that much. Okay, yeah, well, we're going to do it remotely. But I would so love having a conference table where I could invite business partners. And when they, pardon the language, fuck off, I just lift the table and there is Dungeons and Dragons and orcs and Warhammer 40k characters. And you're ready to just duke out the battle to just continue where your mission was going.
Mm-hmm.
That is such an amazing idea.
Has anybody read, speaking of orcs, has anybody read Stan Nichols' take on orcs?
I read the original. I think I read the original Orcs trilogies. Yeah,
it was really good.
Yeah,
I like that one
because he's
I
done
would
a few
definitely be an orc. Yeah, I could like slash and trash things. I'm in for that.
But it's way
well,
but
but you do. Well, I was just gonna go like Archer was just, what Colin was just saying. It's like, do you know that if you're an orc, apparently you're a bad guy today? And it's like, no, that's not what they are.
Nope.
Orcs is racist because okay. So you're automatically conflating orcs with a certain particular subsection of humanity. You don't think the problem might be with you?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even understand the connection between how they think orcs are the bad
Because
ones.
they look for
Maybe,
it. They look for it anywhere
I
they
will
can.
say this. I will put this down firmly.
Crazies.
Yeah, the crazies. But I will put this down firmly. In 2004, and mind you, this company had a good 6 years prior. So in 1998, they had orcs versus humans in a video game. Neither of these classes, and I say classes, not races, classes, orcs versus humans, neither of them were bad. They just had a lot of misunderstanding. And when it came to 2004, where World of Warcraft was actually formed, the leaders of both these classes understood that concept. Oh, we're infringing a little bit on your area. Okay, you're infringing a little bit on our area. We will try to stand back. We may still not be friends, but we are not enemies.
Yeah, well, whatever you may think of the World of Warcraft movie, in that it very definitely made that point that they're different races. I mean, I think as I understand it, the controversy is from these idiots who don't understand context at all. That the idea is that for gameplay systems and almost any system where you've got more than one race, there are advantages and disadvantages. Orcs, in most, because it's all based on Tolkien, and Tolkien had the orcs were the perverted elves bad guys. So orcs are, if you've got a system with alignment, orcs are always some sort of evil.
Urukai.
Evil, and they are almost anything. An orc's intelligence is going to be quite low. So people think, well, that's just like that's the excuse that some idiots use to say, well, orcs is racist. No, it's not. But well, actually, it is. As in orcs, if you're using races for species, it's speciesist.
Yes.
But sorry, if you do Warhammer 40k, orcs are bloody. What's the word for mushrooms? The family of mushrooms and the rest of it. There's a word for that.
Fungi.
Fungi. Yeah. Well, yeah, they're fungi. In fact, there's another word for that. But yeah, orcs are fungi, if I remember right, in 40k. Which is so okay. There you go. They're not even animals. What you can do about that one then?
Yeah, no, it's what I completely dislike about the thinking today. It's they haven't taken the time, and I'm saying this as someone that jumped onto the bandwagon from Warcraft 3. I hated the game. I did not enjoy it. But when World of Warcraft came around, these are the alliances. These are how the connections are made. And then you get, as you play the game, you get the information. You raid a tower that you're literally sitting in your computer chair, sweating. You have to change your t-shirt like once every hour because it's so intense to try and defeat every single step to get into it.
Yeah.
And all you're doing is you're clicking a mouse and pushing a button, a couple of buttons on your keyboard, but it's still so intense because, if you don't get through, you do not get the reveal of the story. And that is what World of Warcraft did so amazingly in 2004. You had to really fight to get the next step of the story. And this is where I hate World of Warcraft today. It is, you read a book, and then you just follow a couple of dotted lines across the screen. You just move forward and you follow the dotted lines, and you get the next part. In 2004, you read a book, and it said, in the northeastern area of this desolate land, you will find a treasure in a barren oasis. And you just go and it's like, I haven't seen an oasis. I know a barren land, but I have to go and explore a barren land to see if there's an oasis within that barren land. That's proper D&D dungeon master telling the story.
I found an oasis.
Go away now. I was just telling an amazing story. You just coming in, it's like, here's my Baileys, and I'm just going, go away now.
It's only a wee Baileys.
So I'm just jealous. It's like the only alcohol I drink is Baileys. I'm jealous now. Well,
yeah,
actually,
that's
no, I can't afford Baileys.
I've got one more to finish my liter.
Wait a second. Let me understand this word. Let me understand this word "we" in this sentence, because that looks big enough for all of us to have a sip. So are you saying it's a "we" cup, as in we can all have some?
No, remember.
No. I will have to correct this.
No,
PJ is Scottish. So I'm a Viking. Mine would be 4 times as large as his. When he's done with his, it will be a quarter of what he's serving, which is what will be left for you mortals.
PJ Scottish, so we mean small.
So what we call a wee drink is a quadruple. That's a wee drink. That's the critical.
I'm joking, of course.
Exactly. I woke up to a pub last week, and they were going, it's like, do you want a single or double? I'm just going, it's like, single, double? I want a quadruple.
Yeah, I've had that. I've had a quadruple Jack Daniels straight up. And see, when you just knock it straight back, your eyes glow red for about 3 seconds.
Yeah, me and old Jack had got a bit of a history. Yeah, we had a bad night one night.
Oh my!
I couldn't taste Jack for a long time.
Yeah, Jack Daniels. I've got single barrel Jack Daniels. I've got silver barrel Jack Daniels, and I had some Sinatra blend Jack Daniels, which is
I do love. Yeah,
Sinatra blend costs about £125 a bottle. My friend got it for my 50th. And I finished it for my wedding day. Me and the groomsmen all sat and finished it off. Oh, Sinatra blend is
brain damage.
I'm kind of following the rule. If I'm going out for a stag do or a wedding or something like that, and the drinks I've had, and I'm still waking up before 6 o'clock in the morning, that was not okay. That was not even meeting the minimum level of the standards. I'm expecting to waking up at least by noon.
See, that I can tell when I'm getting old, because I would be the last one standing at a bash. So I would jump in a taxi with a few friends at like 4 o'clock in the morning. Then 8 o'clock in the morning, I would be up texting everyone, come on, guys, up. And they would go, oh, God, no. Now I'm the one that's saying, oh, God, no.
You see, this is where I'm going. You are just mere mortals, because I am one of those that you can drag me out for a Indiana Jones. I believe this is the second film where he meets Marion, and she's drinking the guy under the table. Even if she was challenging me, even if she would challenge me, I would still have the fortitude to stay sober enough to make sure that people got home in their cabs and all of that. I don't care if I'm the one falling into the ditch. but my friends, my colleagues, you're getting home safely.
Yeah. That's it. I used to do. I'd be the last one standing with all the ladies with the night out, standing at the taxi rank with them, getting them on the taxi, getting them on the bus, and then as soon as they were all on, I would go, "Where's my bus?" And I probably missed it and end up walking home.
Green
I've done
lives
that before.
matter.
And by the way, my favourite character was Snark the Goblin, and I've got a T-shirt somewhere that says "Green Lives Matter." I have that T-shirt somewhere. I don't know. I've worn it once because it was a wee bit tight for me. It fitted me once. It doesn't fit me anymore, but it does say "Green Lives Matter," and I was told to stop wearing it because it made me look as if I was a bag that would basically bust. So,
Oh, come on, my fellow Scotsman. You look slim and handsome. You cannot possibly have changed in size in the last year and a half that we've been doing this.
No, I've not changed the size in the last year and a half, but I have changed the size in the last 3 years.
DJ, you need to bag that T-shirt because that is a historical artifact at this point.
It is actually, yeah.
Oh, I basically will be there. I've got my Dungeons and Dragons T-shirt. 2 of my characters that died off. I've got ones with 3 headstones. One it says Rubble, one it says Snap. My 2 favourite characters. One was a Dwarven fighter, and one was a Goblin rogue. And I've got 2 wee headstones on my T-shirt because I loved my D&D characters, and I've got their headstones mortalised on my T-shirts. I was a wee bit of a D&D freak.
I've been many years and I played D&D, but I think because of changing groups, I had 3 characters, all of whom were stuck in the middle of nowhere because the group changed and we ended up having to do some more characters. So they never, the stories never ended. Yeah, literally. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good thing about D&D. I still remember my characters, and I have been told, see my Magic the Gathering, I've created tokens. I printed my own tokens. So my Goblin tokens are not Goblin tokens. They're Snark. So all my Goblin tokens are Snark, my D&D character. I've got something like about nearly enough 500 Snark tokens because all my different decks, I've got Goblin decks. I love Goblin decks within Magic the Gathering. So I've got a good few Snark characters. So I created my own tokens. However, Snark will never reappear in Dungeons and Dragons because he's so much to me. So he's not reappearing because he get killed off, and I ain't bringing my characters back. I'm that sentimental. I'm an old get.
I wanted to play D&D so bad when I was in school, and I could never find a group that would that was actually playing it, and I'm fascinated by it.
Oh well, I've already had someone put out to us that unless we're looking for D&D 5e, he's got one. It's called Castles and Crusades.
I saw that in the Discord.
Discord. So I've never played it, and I thought, I wouldn't mind actually trying a new system. That way, we're all newbies at it. So
well, I looked at it. I've actually, Mama Susan's listening. I've actually located the books for it, and one of the manuals is for Dragonlance. So obviously it's a light version of the Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, that's what he says. It's a clone version. So version. The biggest problem is I did notice that the basic rule book for Dungeons and Dragons for the starter set you can download in PDF.
Yeah,
for free. For this one, you have to purchase it. So I don't know if it's something that is going to be good because we want to try something new. For newbies, we don't want cost. Simple as that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's going to be the biggest problem. Somebody may have a rule book that they could actually message to everybody, so they've got a PDF copy of it.
I could literally at this moment, based on having doing the DM stuff in the past. So before you guys think of anything, I'm saying as a dungeon master, I'm putting you in this room because you have to go through. You've been asked by a king or a queen or whatever the backstory is. You've gone into this dungeon. Your first room that you meet, you walk into the room. On the left wall and the right wall, there are 2 sand glasses. As soon as the rogue, whoever that would be among you, those glasses flipped over and the sand is starting to run down. As the sand is starting to run down, the wall are starting to close in on you. You have to find a solution to get out of this room. It is now over to you. How do you play your character? Rogue, paladin, priest,
fighter, barbarian.
Yeah, exactly. But the walls are closing in, and time glasses
in my head.
Yeah, but the time.
Fireball.
But that's the problem. That's basically that's what I'm wanting. That's what I'm planning to do. I want a stream where the guys are playing Dungeons and Dragons, somebody's DMing.
Yeah.
I've DM'd once and I realised I'm a crap DM because I just keep throwing monsters at people until they die. I do total party kills all the time, so I've been told I'm not very good at it.
Well,
I like fighting. I like fighting. So
you basically need to be a good verbal storyteller, a good.
Yes. And
this is coming back to, and believe it or not, Goonies.
Yes.
In Goonies, that guy is an amazing DM. He's really great at building the stories. And it's like, oh, come on, Mom. Wait, it's just 13 hours.
But it's the same as
struggling to recall that scene from the Goonies, and I love the Goonies.
Stranger Things. Stranger Things was... It was good for Dungeons and Dragons because it basically brought it back into the forefront. Because
they've released the Stranger Things classic Dungeons and Dragons box set now.
So it basically gave them, but the problem was Wizards of the Coast are just trying to change everything.
Wizards of the Coast
Wizards of the Coast have definitely lost the track.
And saying orcs are racist. Only if you play them racist. It's the same as anything.
Orcs aren't racist. Orcs are completely different. They're basically space aliens.
People who say that are racist because they see
they're the ones
orcs negatively. They see the orcs negative as a human negative, and they say, "Oh, that means it's that person."
That's what I said.
You see, I find that personally insulting because when World of Warcraft came out in 2004, one of the first characters that I loved to play, because it was a role-playing game. You play a role that is not you. I loved a orc warrior.
I loved an orc barbarian. Do you know why I loved an orc barbarian?
Because
unlike humans, orcs were fucking strong.
Yeah,
and that was why I loved an orc, because I didn't want a weak human. Take that. I wanted somebody with power. And guess who had power in Dungeons and Dragons? I played orc.
Well, I played Jumoria from 1986. And my preferred role was a mage, elf character, because they had more magic affinity.
Yeah.
So therefore, your magic spells was even stronger. But if I got close to any enemy, I was forked out of this universe. I had no chance, nothing whatsoever.
Yeah. It's the same as, there you go. It's crazy. It is absolutely fucking nuts. When somebody actually says that, to me, that's a case of, see, my attitude is, see if somebody says you can't play that because these represent that, I just think you're a racist spec.
The
Fuck
Might and Magic
off.
games, the Might and Magic role playing games are fun. They're good. I remember the original Dungeons and Dragons. We used to call Snuff D&D because you could get wiped out, and you could get wiped out so easily. But I wanted to play. I was into playing. I had a lot of stuff for Traveller. Never got to play the game. Then a while ago, I actually start with some friends, and we actually started playing with a load of games and the rest of it. Yep. And I played what I tended to do then, I actually recorded our adventures, and I actually quite literally wrote them up as stories. So I've got a lot of my role-playing things, but I've literally written them up for my notes for me, because I got a terrible memory for these things. For me to also take notes to remember what had happened, what we were doing. And I actually started at literally turning them into stories, which is why I quite like the things like the new versions of Traveller, where you almost have to write a story of how your character came about. The simplest one ever, I think, was one called Tunnels and Trolls, and that was 6d6 is all you ever used, and you had 4 different sorts of characters you could play, and that was it. Really good though. Most of the Tunnels and Trolls games were actually solo games.
Right? Do you know
it is something I had where when I was playing, and I will have to admit that I'm starting to get really old, but this was 2001, and a friend of ours, he was literally a friend of everybody in the group, including the DM. He wanted to be this big, like, yeah, I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger, me smash, and it's like, brr. But when he was rolling the die, he was not very lucky. So he went from his designed target of being a cracker barbarian with muscles bigger than like the size of Jupiter. He ended up, because he rolled so many bad rolls, he was turning into an albino. He could not be outside when the sun was up, so he could only do his job when the sun was down. And he was an unlucky guy. He also had a limp, so he was not a expeditious, as in someone that could track you to the target quickly enough. He also had 0 luck, and I don't know how that roll happened, but he literally had, it's like it was -1 on his luck somehow.
-1. That sounds like my luck.
But everybody around the table is like, I would love to play that character.
But that's the thing. Like, you can have characters, like, for instance, see one of my characters. My character had penchants for stealing, and every time he saw something nice, he had to roll a d20. If he got a 10 plus, he didn't need to steal it. But if he got any less than a 10, he wanted to steal it. Doesn't matter if it was worthless. Didn't matter if it would actually get them all killed. If he rolled a 10 or less than a 10, he had to try and steal it. And to me, that was putting a wee bit of one of these kleptomaniac, but he can't control himself. Oh, there's something nice and shiny I want to steal. And it was a case of, he could see something very valuable, roll 11 and go, no problem, I don't want to steal that. But he could see something like a rusty spoon and want to steal it because it was shiny enough for him. And I thought that was a good character trait. But for some reason, the people in my party thought that's weird. To me, weird works in some things. This, and I was going to say, guys, this is the books I'm reading just now. There's 5 books in the series, NPCs. It's about spells, a game called Spells, Swords and Sorcery. It's about people playing it, but it's also about the land where they interfere. So the warriors are people who are controlled by the people who play Spell, Sword and Sorcery. It starts off with this group of players going to a tavern.
I hate to interrupt you there, but isn't there an Australian YouTube comedy channel?
It could be. I don't know.
They upload like 2 or 3 minute long videos about the life of the NPC.
Well, this one is
so where you as the hero, you get your job done, but you don't see the consequences that the NPC has to suffer.
Yeah, there's also the Viva La Duck League, which does NPC.
Yeah, that's the channel.
This book is a book about a group of adventurers controlled from people in this world playing a game called Spell, Sword and Sorcery. They go into a tavern and they have a drink, but because early on in the campaign they ate mushrooms, that if alcohol's introduced within 6 hours, they all die, and the NPCs take on the role so the Mad King won't kill their whole town. So this is about the NPCs, and then there's an interplay between the players and the NPCs, and it's 5 books. So
I'm just laughing at what Matthew Pounder put in the chat: shoplifting and dragons.
Now that's something I'd definitely explore.
Yeah, definitely. But the thing is, this book, I'm rereading it because of book 5 is Noble Roots. I've only listened to the 4 books, but because book 5 has come out, believe it or not, I'm going through and I'm actually on Siege Tactics at the moment. So I've got to finish this before I go into the new book. But the thing is, this to me is my dream D&D. I'm impacting other people. So when I'm playing a D&D character, I hate playing an evil character. I like playing, even if he's a rogue, he's a goblin rogue, he's whatever. I'm not one that would just actually walk up to somebody and go, stab, just to see if I can steal their money. I'm so
looking forward to playing against. Not against. That's the wrong word. I'm looking forward to play with you, PJ, because you say you don't like the evil.
Yeah.
I love the evil part.
Yes, the evil.
I like light characters. I don't like dark characters. So I'll never play a chaotic evil. I'll play a neutral good at the most. So basically, somebody who will do what he can to be good. He'll not walk up.
I will shout this out for the whole panel and everyone. In World of Warcraft, I started out as a troll mage, and yes, between 2007 to 2011, I was the highest geared mage, not the best, highest geared mage. But I had my second character I was playing, which was a rogue, so a backstabbing, thieving, conniving character and everything, called Awartha Amvi, which is actually Tolkien's language, not the dark language, the Elvish language, Sindarin, for I will stab you in the back.
See, I can't complain because, believe it or not, my dwarven fighter.
Good night, Roman.
All right, guys.
Yeah, actually, do we want to do a little
Good night, Roman.
Roman, Thank you for joining us, and I will catch you Wednesday.
You guys
Remember,
are so
Wednesday
nerdy.
night is Forrest Gump night.
I have to object because this is good morning, Roman.
Good
It's not good
afternoon.
evening, Roman.
It's good afternoon, Roman.
It's afternoon. It's
Yes.
2:30. But anyway,
Yeah.
cheers.
Ta-da.
Take care.
You guys take care.
Have a
Stay
good one,
nerdy.
Roman.
See
We'll
my
talk later,
character-
Roman.
Yeah.
See you later,
See
Stephen.
my character in D&D, I had the Rubble,
So nerdy.
the fight, the dwarven fighter. He had two brothers, Shale and Gravel. I wonder why I called them Rubble, Shale, and Gravel. Maybe because I used to work as in building sites. I don't know. Maybe it's not.
So someone that actually understands the what's it called, the geology. You understand what different stones
Yeah.
actually are and how strong they are.
Yeah,
like
so
Terry
basically,
Pratchett
Shale,
song.
Rubble, and Gravel. I basically was the three brothers. And when Rubble got killed, Shale became the next character because he had to avenge his brother. But the thing is, that's why I love Dungeons and Dragons. And Miranda, I know you play D&D. I know you play 40k. You played. I'm not entirely sure if you played in the new fantasy or the old fantasy. But if you want to play D&D with us, drop us a DM.
Yay. Yep. Good night, Miranda.
Good night.
Nine.
Take care.
Just
Thank
to
you for
advise,
joining us.
we are planning on trying to explore
D&D type game.
D&D
Yes.
and get people to play.
Yeah.
And
What we're going to do...
I will say, if you never explored it before, more often than not, it's an absolute blast.
Yeah.
You have no clue what you're doing, and you will end up in scenarios where you just go, you're literally falling off the chair, just laughing
Well,
at
that's the good
how
thing
bad
about-
this stuff is.
That
The
sounds
good
fun.
thing about Dungeons and
Sounds really
Dragons
fun.
type game, I'm not saying Dungeons and Dragons because Dungeons
Right.
and Dragons is although it is a gaming system, it is a catch-all because I've played GURPS, I've played Paranoia, I've played Dungeons and Dragons, I've played clones of Dungeons and Dragons, I've played Wizards of the Coast, different types of games. I've played other games out with it, and I love them because over the last 30 years, I've played multiple different versions of each of the games. And I just love the role playing. It's not necessarily the role playing. I don't get I watched Critical Role season 1, and half the time I was sitting there thinking, really? I just want to see them fighting on this desk. I don't want to hear the two characters going, I love you. Please, please tell me you love me. I don't care about that.
Snore.
I'll lend support to what you said, PJ. For me, Dungeons and Dragons, Eon is what I play the most. But Magic the Gathering, all of that is your problem solving. And this is actually an attribute you can use in real life. When you're at work, you're dealing with your municipality, all of that, you have already been exposed to a complicated situation. You've been trying to approach it from the character you wanted to try and play as. Yes, you wanted to be the hero, but the dungeon master decided that, okay, you're a paladin, you have the holy sword of God and the shield of divinity.
Yep.
And then there is this really nasty underworld character is going like, really? Is that the best you got to bring against me? Because I'll eat you for breakfast.
Yeah.
See,
You have to solve that problem.
But exactly, I like
Guys,
the
I'm gonna
idea
have
that-
to interject a moment. It's been a really killer day, and it's starting to catch up with me now. So I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to say goodnight. But I am super glad I got to jump on the stream and hang out for a little
Wayne,
while.
yeah.
I didn't want to miss this tonight, and
you always improve the stream immensely.
Yes,
a
you
pleasure to
do.
meet you, too.
Yes, you do. So even if you just drop in for like half a second, we boys behave.
Very rarely.
yeah, I was really looking forward to this stream, and then today's just been one of those days with things had to get done, and we're just a bit shattered. So it's catching up to me now. So you're eventually just going to see me doing this,
Yeah.
falling on the floor.
Well, Wayne, thank you very much for joining us. And
Yeah, thank you.
hopefully see you. next week.
I will say when. Just remember when you logged off, because I still have a reveal, so to speak, because
We're waiting on it.
AWK has been nice to provide me with something.
Wayne, I've got something down
Yeah.
here, which out of all the things I've got this week and next week, I split the stuff that I got last week into 2 piles. See, the thing is,
Of all the things I've lost,
Yes,
I
right.
miss my mind the most.
See, I've
Yeah.
never had,
I can relate to
I've
that.
never had a decent thought, so I don't miss it. Wayne,
Yeah,
thank
so
you very much for
I've
joining
got
us.
some stuff here that we were gonna show eventually as well.
Why
so
don't you show it
we'll-
just now before you go?
I think I'm actually starting to my brain is basically starting to defrag today.
Well, keep it. For
I would say
Yeah,
when
save it next week.
save it for next
Yeah, when I'm
Saturday.
like with it and I don't have a lot of the stuff in here with me at the moment. So
Yeah.
So I think I'll leave that now till next week. And fingers
Definitely.
crossed next Saturday will be a little bit less.
A lot quieter.
Today was.
I will give you a fair warning, Gwen. Now you're getting my competitive side. It's like, okay, you got something really good and you're hiding it from us. I'm just going to say, what can I actually bring that may possibly...
Wayne, all I can say, see next week, I'm fingers crossed, both of them, toes and everything crossed, that I've got something I've been waiting for weeks and weeks. I'm hoping
Lovely.
here for next Saturday.
Lovely.
Not including
Let's
all the
hope
stuff
so.
I'm actually separating from my Aberdeen weekend last week. I'm hoping next week's going to be very special. So fingers crossed. Hopefully you can join us next week to see that special stuff.
Yes, I really hope so. That's in the plans. It's definitely in the plans. So PJ, Alex, Stephen, Jim.
Yes.
And
Have an
Dr. Colin.
absolutely amazing evening, and I hope everything is great with you, Gwen.
Yes,
Take care,
thank you so
Wendy.
much.
Good night.
Thank you
Wayne,
guys.
thank you for joining us. It has
Have a
been
great rest of the
absolute
stream.
pleasure.
Take
Good
care.
night.
Right. Right, guys. Do you know what we'll do? Since we're at that point in time, shall we do?
Back of the week.
Back of the week. Obviously, I've showed one or two things. I've showed my She-Hulk. Actually, She-Hulk. Look, sexy She-Hulk. I've shown my...
Correction, Your Honor. She-Hulk as she should look like.
Exactly, sexy She-Hulk. And I've also shown my Man of Steel metal cover. I got from the charity shop. The other one I got from HMV. HMV was a shop. But believe it or not, I've got one or two other things. And this is only wait a minute, who bounced?
Colin's gone.
Oh, did he meet you?
Colin
or was
died.
it just a bounce?
He'll be back.
Oh, good. Okay. From the charity shop, I got a couple of nice wee movies. There he's there. Colin, you bounced and you get kicked out. Anyway, this is what I've got. I've got the Alamo. John Wayne. Oh, I love John Wayne movies. As you are all aware, as you can see my plates in the background, I'm a big John Wayne fan.
I've got a much more important reason for liking the Alamo than the Crystal.
How the Pilgrim, I was going to say, but you were more correct, Colin.
Right, and the other thing I
Joan
got from
O'Brien,
the
but
charity
I think it was
shop,
Linda Crystal's first appearance.
yeah, I didn't know that, but from the charity shop, I also got that.
Hey,
Lethal Weapon, the Ultimate Collection. You know what I mean? 4 movies.
God, there were 4 movies.
Lethal Weapon 1, 2, 3, and 4. Not bad for a £2 charity shop. This was up in Aberdeen, so they were a wee bit more expensive, and I noticed it when I was purchasing. Actually, when I was up there, I was looking in, and the lady said to me, "So do you like box sets?" I says, "Yes." She says, "We've got some in here." And they had 8 of the NCIS box sets. So I bought 8 NCIS seasons. Normally, you can get a DVD with NCIS one disc, which has got 3 episodes for £1 or 50p if you're really lucky, or 20p and you get them, but very rarely you get more than 1 or 2 in the season. This one was full seasons. She sold me 8, and she says, "Why don't we come to a deal?" And she says, "Take as many as you want for a £5." There was 8 of them that I didn't have, and I went, yes, 8 full seasons of NCIS, and I was over the moon, as you can imagine. I also picked up, as I said, Lethal Weapon, the box set. I've also got a couple of other ones, but they're for next week because I got that many. I could hold it up for next week. But this is my pièce de résistance for this week. It's a Funko Pop. But it's not necessarily what you would call a small Funko Pop. Look at the size of that Funko Pop.
Nice.
my older brother would be so jealous.
Do you know how much this cost? Go on, give me a guess how much you think this
£2.50.
This Funko Pop cost at a shop. It wasn't a charity shop, it was in a shop.
Yeah.
This Funko Pop, how much do you think this cost? And you remember, that's the Funko Pop. There's a standard Funko. I've also got one other thing. Where's a standard Funko Pop?
I'm going to say $100 on The Price is Right.
There's a standard Funko Pop, and there's the He-Man Funko Pop. Right? So how much did this cost? This cost me, believe it or not, on eBay, this cost me £18.
Course, Ruth.
It's Ahura.
That is a bargain.
Mirror, Ahura. So I was okay with sending. That's about $22. Just so you're aware, Stephen. £18 about $22. But that cost me £18. So how much do you think this cost me?
I would like to change my bid to 200.
It cost me £20.
Bloody hell.
What?
£20 B&M.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
£20 for what did they call it? Large size Funko Pop. So this cost me £18, and this one cost me £20.
That's outstanding.
Look at how cool that looks, but
I think you won on that one because I was saying £3 and you said 18 quid. So I think it was closest on that one, but
yeah,
holy crap. That is something I definitely would go as that is me putting the stuff in the background.
Yeah.
I know I've been off cam for the entire evening because I've been wearing something that one of our members been sharing.
Yeah. Yep.
Drum roll.
So once you're done,
I'm not done. I've got one other thing to show, and I'm actually just getting them ready. And it's a soda ash.
Oh, come on. You literally have a Campbell soda. with him, but it's not without his hand being detached.
No, it's not. It's a very early on Ash.
That is such a good-looking figure.
And just, I love Bruce Campbell. I'm a big Bruce Campbell fan. Ash v Evil Dead, Briscoe County Jr., stuff like that. I've got all of these.
We'd never have been able to tell that from the last 6 months of streaming.
Do you know the thing is, I was, instead of this one, I was going to, my Ash Hail to the King Baby t-shirt was going to go in, but I thought no, it'd be too obvious. But I picked that one up, and I've already got another one on order where he's got his chainsaw, so the two of them will sit next to each other.
Hail to the King Baby.
Hail to the King Baby, yeah.
Where's the Duke Nukem?
Yep, and
that was
there
Duke
you go.
Nukem, wasn't it? Hail to the King.
There's the Ash thing, and believe it or not, you know how there's 5,000. What number do you think this is of the 5,000?
Colin, I would say you're about a decade early from this. But not in terms of when it was made, in terms of where it actually gained attraction.
Yeah, but guys,
because you're talking about Duke Nukem.
Yeah, Duke Nukem's superb, but Ash v Evil Dead, this is of 5,000. Guess what number this tin is of 5,000?
706.
Number one of 5,000. What's the chances of purchasing number one of 5,000? It's one in 5,000. I know.
You're sitting on £1 million, because I just had my friend who had been collecting PlayStation 2 games for the last 15 years, and he suddenly, after 15 years, he decided, okay, I'm gonna make this more approachable for, say, like a female companion. So let's get rid of too much of the geeky stuff. And he started selling off his geeky stuff. And he's now sold his stuff for £45,000.
Yeah.
And he still has several bookshelves to sell off.
So what's the chances? I know it's 1 in 5,000, so I'm no silly, but considering purchasing on eBay, what is the chances of getting number one of 5,000? That was pure fluke. And I'm a happy chap. And that's basically, to me, I'm a happy chap. I got my Ash.
Whoever came up to the number one of 5,000 collectibles was an idiot. Now, I know you are definitely looking to offload it, but I understand why you would be looking to offload
that. But the thing is, they wouldn't have known unless they opened it and it was a sealed pack. So I purchased a sealed pack and unsealed the thing. So he didn't know. So he's obviously just selling them. He's obviously purchased a load and selling them, which is, I can understand. That's the type of thing. You buy 10. You keep one and sell the other 9, no problem. But what's the chances of me getting number one of 5,000? Yes, I'm so happy.
I mean, I don't envy your position there, where you are, PJ. You have number one of 5,000. Yes, you should sell it on, because that you paid 5% of the investment, whatever you would sell it as, would be 20 times higher, whatever the price you bought it for. But then there is, do I keep this? Because I just like you, I love my geeky stuff. The things I have in my background. I have number 123 of Back to the Future,
Well, you look at
Uh,
the other soda stuff. I got Godzilla, I got Sloth, I got Frankenstein, I got Johnny Rico, and I got Stan Lee. None of their things like 250 or 3,260. There's nothing anywhere within the first 1,000 or the last 1,000. They're literally just shoved in the middle. Nothing special. But number one for Ash.
yeah.
I am.
TJ,
I agree. I agree
I
with
would,
Matt Pounder in the chat. You should play the lottery this week.
Yeah, I know. And I was thinking that. And Colin, Aeolus. Yes, we all remember Aeolus.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't
PJ,
Aeolus, he was Autolycus.
You should have that
Aeolus was
certified, or at least box it in some sort of way. The whole thing. Do some sort of a framing or something like that. Try to secure it as an even more valuable object than it might even be.
I know what you mean. I've actually still got the bubble wrap and the cover it actually came in. Basically, they're all part and parcel. I always keep the bubble wrap just in case, because when I keep it in the box, I always take them out of the box. There is 2 things I've still got in the box that still need to be. I'm doing an unboxing for. I'm the type that, I have got boxes for a lot of stuff, but I'm a geek. I actually want to play with my toys.
I've just
So
found
I've got a good bed I've still to take out, and I've got a Kong from 60s, not a new Kong. I've got the classic Kong to take out with a fairy, and I want to take that out. And basically, the price part doesn't bother me. Believe it or not, we went up to Aberdeen to visit friends, and they were laughing and joking about me kicking the bucket, because they were laughing and joking with my wife saying, when he kicks a bucket, do we get anything from his room? And my wife says, when he dies, you are invited down to empty his room.
Oh my God!
But the thing is, they know that because of my we got to know each other via Dungeons and Dragons and Magic. I've told my wife, see my Magic the Gathering cards, my friends can come in and just take them all. Because they were the guys that I started playing Magic the Gathering with and Dungeons and Dragons. So they have been given rights. When I kick the bucket, they get all my Magic the Gathering cards and my Dungeons and Dragons stuff. And
I didn't realize that you had actually said that to your friends, but
yeah, I actually said that to my friends. When I kick a bucket, I know they're going to go to waste unless my friends get them, because my wife will just empty the room. My wife is actually aware that I love my room. So she said to my friends who've got the same geekiness as me, see, when I kick it, I'm going to open the doors and you can take what you want, because I will be happy with my friends enjoying my stuff as much as I did. I'm okay with that, but I'm okay with the point is I told my friends, use it in my will. You can get what you want from my room, because I'll not be there, and I know somebody will love it as much as I did. And that's to me. That is. I don't hide the fact that I love my stuff, and I know they love my stuff. So if I'm kicking it, I want them to enjoy it as much as I did. So
my big question is, what would Columbo have to say about this scenario? I mean, if you kick it.
Do you know the problem, Stephen? Right, and I have a laugh about this. My wife is a celebrant. My wife worked in the funeral industry, so if I kick a bucket and disappear, speak to her. Because she knows how to hide the bodies.
Well, Colin has absolutely a spot on comment there. It's Bruce Campbell for most of his career was fighting for it. Tooth, nail. He was literally on the road 300 days a year, away from loved ones, family, and everything. Just trying to make a $3,000 movie into something. And then he's been connected with so many superstars, including what just was put on the screen. Walter Koenig.
Yeah. But that's the thing is, Bruce Campbell has been around stars for a long, long time. He started in Z movies, as they would class them as nowadays. Basically, they weren't even A, B, or C class movies. They were basically movies that people did in their own time at their own expense. They were just basically just people just practicing.
Which is something I so miss from the 80s, where we had the trauma films and everything. Toxic Avenger is one of the really great ones. It wasn't the greatest hero film. He wasn't even a superhero. He was just like he was a good guy trying to crap happens. I'm trying to like make you people that are good not suffer it. You can't compare Toxic Avenger to someone like Iron Man or Thor or Spider-Man even or Wolverine. You cannot compare him to that because he was just going, it's like, don't cross the roads when the light is red. Don't be that stupid. That was never Spider-Man's job. It's like, if you're an idiot walking across the road when the light is red, especially today when I'm just looking out my window and I'm just seeing there's so many people just looking at the smartphone, walking across intersections, and cars are just running 30, 40, 50 miles an hour because they're told to, they can drive that speed limit. And these people aren't even looking up from their phones. That's where someone like Toxic Avenger really comes in really great. It's like, stop being an idiot. Stop doing that stuff. I warned you this time. The next time, you may be on front page because you died. And I might be slightly fan more of trauma productions because I have not heard anyone on this panel referencing. My English fails me here, but referencing Trauma, which was an extremely low budget United States film production company. They did Toxic Avenger. They did tons of other of these not really known heroes, but they try to play their angle. And it's okay. I tried to say don't do, but you did. And then the hero sort of got into trouble, which is why I love the trauma videos from the 70s, early 80s, maybe in an extreme early 90s. But they were great. Toxic Avenger is one of my favorites.
Yeah, there's a few pieces like that. There's one that comes to mind is Six String Samurai.
I think I've heard of that one.
It's like it's a super cheap action film that's almost like what an independent comic book would do. Like he's basically a rockabilly samurai warrior facing off against these kind of Mad Max kind of gang members. And it all takes place around like 2 or 3 shacks in a desert. You know, it's supposed to have a post-apocalyptic feel, but it never insists that it is a post-apocalyptic universe. Ah, yes.
This is what Sherman was trying to display. It's there's an accidental hero coming in, but it is more the scenario. So the best way I can describe, and I'm hoping I'm meeting your expectation here, it's the original Mad Max.
Let me comment on these images that are on screen, if I could.
Yeah, sorry, I know.
We
were your pick of the week. There you
go ahead for them because I still have my pick of the week. But
and
go
I don't
ahead
want to try to follow
pick of the
you.
week.
I just figured I would add my 2 cents to the mix. This is an artifact that I have from 2005 from Warner Brothers. This was the gate entrance gift at the Warner Brothers Studios lots preview of Batman Begins. I got to see it about a month before it hit the theaters.
When I saw this, I thought it was one of the 3 torch things. And
it is. It's actually a miniature bat signal generator. Those discs
well, that's what I was going to say.
I there.
It was a wee torch thing. Now the thing you see, you get in the we've got them over here. It's basically just a wee torch for your keyring to see things. And then I thought, but if it's Batman, is it a torch? And then you obviously
it's like a laser pointer.
Yeah,
and it produces a miniature bat signal on the wall.
See, that would be cool. That is so cool. I must admit, I love the idea of just a wee bat signal.
We have a contender in the chat. Matthew Pounder is going. Super Gran is the world's greatest superhero.
Yes, she is, but that's a Scottish thing. That's a Scottish thing. Super Gran is Scottish. But what I want to know, Stephen, is if you project that up onto a cloud, does it show?
I don't know. I never experimented with it, and the batteries went out like almost immediately, and I've never replaced the batteries. So to me, it's an almost untouched artifact. I've just kept it around. It's just sat, undusted in one box and in my storage and stuff like that. But I figured I might as well show something that was at least relevant to the conversation.
Oh no, that
was wholly unique.
That is so cool. That is the type of thing you want in your collection. And I'm sitting there thinking, I actually show you something I was holding off for next week. And it's only because you've actually shown that. And that was it. A wee metal thing that I'm holding off for next week, but I'll show it today. And it's a metal. I'm not a great Batman fan, but I love classic Batman. And just
these tin placards that they're making nowadays are so awesome. Somebody's figured out how to do this tin press thing. It's so retro. It's great.
That's the back end of it.
I agree. I agree with the tin or metal stuff because that is literally what my background is, which you will see in a few minutes.
Yeah, but
the stuff you see in the background, they are metal printed items.
You look at that; that looks great. But just look at it, just with the print. Actually,
the embossing is awesome.
The embossing just itself, without the coloring, look how cool the embossing looks. Does that not just look absolutely fantastic? I was going to show this for next week because obviously I showed the Superman one.
Well, PJ, you and I are pretty much the same age. I mean, I'm born in 1969, and I remember signs like that at the candy store.
Oh, well, I'm 4 years older, and the UK was slightly different. We didn't see these type of things for about maybe 5-7 years after you did, because obviously the US this is a predominant. I saw 2000 AD before I saw DC Comics. I saw Commando Comics before I saw DC. I saw Starblazer before I saw DC. But when I saw DC, this is what I saw. The classic stuff. No, because we were about 7 years. I would say about 7 years behind what you saw. That's what we saw. Because the UK was behind. But see, when I see things like this is my childhood. Seeing stuff like that.
Yeah, well, you remember the lunch boxes we had back then. That's what it reminds me of entirely. Is those tin lunch boxes were so popular when we were kids.
Yeah, I basically, the first tin lunchbox I saw, believe it or not, it wasn't a UK one. It wasn't a US one. It was a UK one. It was Doctor Who. Similar idea to the ones I saw later on for US stuff.
When I started getting the lunch boxes for the stuff I was doing, just to make an extra penny.
Yeah.
They did not have branding. It was literally just aluminum metal. You twist it, and you went into the office wherever you were working. You put it into an oven that had a certain temperature, and you left it there for 4 hours until your lunchtime came out, and you had to take a towel and just grab your tin out, lift the lid, and then you had mashed potatoes and sausages and maybe some veg like tomatoes or whatever it was, and you had to make do with whatever it was. And if you were lucky, on the table where you were sitting with your colleagues, you had an herb mix that was kind of like salt, and then there were whatever else the herb was. It wasn't straight salt, but that was the condiment you had. You had no ketchup, you had no mustard, there was no nothing. It was literally what you put in the tin last night. That was it.
Yeah, it was the same as going to school. When I was going to school, we got school dinners, but I still had my tin. I still had my lunch tin with milk in it. I still had my lunch tin with sweets that my mum gave me in it. It was held on. And it was literally, you didn't need to take a lunch tin because you got school dinners. However, the lunch tin had my stuff. So I had a Hulk one. Oh, I had a Doctor Who one. Yes. And I basically...
mine was $6 Million Man and the Hulk. I definitely had a Hulk one. And there was, of course, the Star Wars one for each of the movies. And
yeah, I had the Hulk one because I had Lou Ferrigno on the front. Because Lou Ferrigno, the Hulk, man that looked like the Hulk, because I'd never seen somebody that size. And I was sitting there going, oh, by the way, just in case you're aware, I finished my Baileys. That's a whole litre I've had today.
So this is double wee.
Yeah, double wee. That's 4 glasses, and that's been a full litre. So let's.
There'll be a lot of wee soon.
It's a
you're getting there.
It stops being a wee glass to a wee. Go away now. Boy, I'm sorry, that's critical drinker. Sorry, I'm no critical. I'm in critical.
Go away now.
Go away now.
Just don't press the wrong button, DJ.
I'm no touching my mouse because my mouse keeps pissing around with me. It doesn't like me when I've got a drink in me.
You know, I find it ironic that your mouse is acting more like Disney than Disney does.
Well said. That is exactly it. My mouse is actually more to the point of how a Disney. I've see up here and on my shelves, I've got a load of DVDs. Let's just say movie wise, I've got 1,300 movies on my shelves.
Nice.
That's not including my TV shows, which probably a shelf or 4.
I was gonna say, Your Honor, that's a lie, but then you did include your TV shows.
Yeah, my TV shows. No, I've got 1,300 movies, but my TV shows are between 1 and 5 shelves. Let's say 6. But There could be alcohol counting. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. However, from all those movies, I need the physical media because I can't trust what I see now. And within those physical media, I've got about maybe 10 or 15 Disney movies. And guess what? They ain't new stuff. They're old stuff.
No,
The
good point.
Aristocrat.
Mm.
The
Disney was
Aristocrat.
Disney.
Basil the Great Mouse Detective. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because guess what? Disney used to be good. And I use the word used to be very aptly because I've got a load of Disney stuff.
I think Disney lost its way somewhere between Bedknobs and Broomsticks and
the remake
the
of
one
that.
where there is the Sword in the Stone. And I
Sword in the
think
Stone,
Sword
no.
in the Stone has the most cheekiest, and I'm not going to sing it, but it is the buppity-dee, the buppity-doo, buppity-da.
Yeah.
When he's doing all his magic, packing his entire magic
Stuff
kingdom.
into it,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
is
thing
Disney
is,
magic
that's Disney
100%.
Bedknobs and Broomstick is Disney live action magic. Do you know when it stopped?
Yeah.
When they thought, see those movies that were really, really, really popular? Let's remake them. But let's remake
That's
them
when
in
they
live action.
failed.
Feck off. I don't want them remade because they were perfect as is. Stop
Yeah.
remaking stuff. Stop reimagining stuff. Stop redoing stuff.
Try new ideas.
Exactly, because Disney at that point had the absolutely 100% authority of being the best, of making a new story. Yes, they might have read a book, and then they went, let's make this Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't go just like, oh, let's make this a flat pancake.
Yeah, do you think that you look back at Disney? Let's look back into the past of Disney. Remember before all the diversity and all that?
Yeah.
And when they only had animals doing the animation, like for instance, Sword and the Stone. Or even Robin
Lion
Hood.
King is a perfect example of
No,
this,
no,
where
no.
you have them
Even go back.
looking at a lion pup
No, look at
moving
let's go
around,
back.
and the animators are drawing
Yeah.
the movement of the lion pup,
Let's go
how
back.
he was bouncing around.
Let's go back to Robin Hood when they had a fox in it. They had
Yeah.
the
That is an amazing one.
yeah. Whereas they had Maid Marian was a fox, but they also had other females in the character. They had different characters because it wasn't all foxes, it wasn't all hounds, it was different animals. Believe it or not, there was diversity in that cast because there was different animals, multiple different species of animals. So there was
Yeah,
diversity. There was female.
And Colin will back me up on this. Colin will back me up on this. In that Robin Hood movie, they were doing visually what the illuminated books of the Middle Ages were doing. They were caricaturizing them. So Maid Marian's maid of honor or whatever, her keeper was a henpecker.
Yeah.
You know, she acted like a mother hen.
The chicken, yes. And that's what I'm saying. But if you look at the message they were sending Disney, there was a diversity in cast because it wasn't all foxes, it wasn't all wolves, it wasn't all, it was chicken here.
It wasn't all bears, it wasn't all javelins, it was all Wolverines.
Basically, it was very diverse, as they like to say.
Yeah.
Yet, if they remade it today, they would change all that to make it all one group. And you're sitting there thinking, the cartoons were more diverse, and believe it or not, we didn't care because we just wanted good, fun characters. We didn't.
Yeah, there's a perfect modern example.
We didn't care when we watched Mel Brooks' Men in Tights. when you had one of the coolest characters.
Well, I mean, I have to apologize. I have to care when it comes to Mel Brooks' Men in Tights, because that is by far the greatest Robin Hood story ever told.
But who was the coolest character? The black character. And who did we all love? The black character. We loved him because he made all the rest of them look fucking square. Who did we love? We didn't love the white characters because they were white characters. We loved the cool character. And guess what? He just happened to be black. Did we care? Nope. Because he was the best character in the fucking...
Yeah, man. Eddie Murphy was top tier, man. 48 Hours... Beverly Hills Cop, we loved him.
Thing. They're basically saying that there was no men, no black characters who were important. Yet Eddie Murphy was the highest paid actor in the 80s.
Yeah.
So basically what you're saying is everybody was racist, but this black guy everybody loved was the highest paid actor because everybody loved him. Yet there was racism, so nobody loved him.
Yeah, and meanwhile, he was standing on the shoulders of Poitier. He was standing on the shoulders of Bill Cosby at the time. You know, so it wasn't even like he was the first one.
I will say he was standing on the shoulder of one single giant, and that is Richard Pryor.
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't say
he had a lot of other people to lean on, but Richard Pryor came before him.
But you look at, see, like Sidney Poitier, Sammy Davis Jr., they got shit.
Oh, Sammy's
absolutely crap because they weren't allowed to go in the front door. They had to go in the rear door. That's when racism was prevalent. But in the US or the UK, it's one of those things. If you went to a black country, the white people were getting treated the same way for the same reason. They were different. However, nowadays it doesn't fucking work that way. And if they assume because in the past it worked that way, today it works that way, then they're fucking nuts. They're absolute nuts. Because Sammy Davis Jr. was bullied. He was abused to the point he had to go in the severance entrance.
But I think that there's a two-pronged
entrance. Did he fake? You wanted him. He walked through the fucking front door because he was the most important person in that fucking building. And if they didn't like it, and basically Eddie Murphy turns around and says, "Fuck off! If you don't want me here, I'm getting in the front door. If you don't like it, you can fuck off." And it changed how people actually treated artists because they knew they couldn't turn around and say, "Well, you're black, you have to go in the back door." Fuck off. End of story.
Frank Sinatra had something to say about all that.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, so many people,
but I think
today is the same as the 60s. And it's not. When they're turning around and saying, "We want equality," well, tell me something you're not equal on. I can't.
I think that is unfortunately a very modern thing where they go and it's like, "Oh, I am this XYZ and I don't have the..." sorry, you're a human being in United Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you wish to do with your life, you have the complete legal system behind you to say, yes, you can do this. But when it comes to something like the humor that Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor, all of these comedians were trying to bring in and bring to the front light, they weren't meaning that as, okay, we can't do this. They were actually going, this is really absurd because you have this right already. You have the right. Yes, you're a black person walking across the street. There is no legal intervention or anything, but something did happen because someone was being an idiot.
Yeah. See the way I look at it, right? See if somebody says to me, Richard Pryor, Sidney Poitier, Eddie Murphy, I would say, fucking gods, I would love to be as good at their job as what they can do.
Yeah,
So
I agree. This is what I got, and I wish it was signed by Richard Pryor, but I have a collectible of Richard Pryor's.
Guys, I would be the guy standing there with the autograph book going, please, going to sign it, please. However, if somebody turned around and says they can't get in there because they're black, I'd be fucking standing beside them going, why the fuck? You shouldn't be allowed in. They should be because they're.
I'll have to stop you there, PJ. You've seen that there are the actual it's not commercial, infomercials.
Mm-hmm.
This was before actually commercial was a thing.
Yeah,
where they actually had to air on TV to American troopers that an elderly woman was accepting the assistance. Yes, exactly. An elderly white woman was accepting the assistance of a black army officer.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, how did you get that stupid?
See, the thing
there is for me no difference. Black, white, yellow, purple, white, orange. But orange is kind of out there. I have to admit that.
Yeah,
but,
I know. And unfortunately, orange is the new bad. Orange is the new bad.
Well, orange is definitely dodgy, but I'm still going. It's like, hang on, orange.
Yeah.
So far, and we're talking. We're about 9 years into investigating Orange Man Bad, and nothing has stuck.
Right, I'm
starting to think maybe Orange.
Jim, I'll give you one that maybe you'll not be aware of. Stephen maybe not be aware of, but seen during the Second World War, you know how there was still the segregation between the blacks and the whites during the Second World. Even during the Second World War, there was the segregation. Right, see in Britain, do you know there was actually riots in Britain due to that? I know, Colin, you fucking know. You're fucking historical.
I've never been so proud to be British.
When we are talking about history, I automatically assume you know every fucking thing. Right, but what I'm saying is, Stephen might not be aware because a lot of our American audiences might not be aware. Right, during that time, there was a segregation between the blacks and the whites. Even during the Second World War, see in Britain, there was a riot because when the British people were told the American blacks and American whites had to be segregated, there was a one town that actually turned around and says, fine, all the pubs in the town are blacks only. Just because they did not like people coming
as someone has moved to Britain, and I consider myself British, but I understand I wasn't born here. I wasn't raised or through the school system. That is the most British comment ever.
Sorry,
it is like, okay, you say it has to be us or them.
I just saw
and the British people will always go, it is them. We don't care who you are. We will choose their side.
The British people actually turned around and says, oh, by the way, see the American system of how they segregated. So if you actually make us actually say it's either whites or
that was for you, Colin, by the way. That was a moment for you, Colin.
Basically, I like Matthew Ponders. Trump just likes Iron Brew too much. I can understand why he does it. He's actually got Trump-Humbury in Scotland, just not about 10 miles away from us. But that's a different story. Anywho, but what I'm saying is, the thing is, the British public turns around and goes, oh, really? So we have to segregate the blacks and the whites? Guess what? This is a black drinking establishment only. And there was riots because the British didn't care. The British decided that people were people. And the thing is,
but the British have already had that for 700 years before that happened.
But that's what I'm saying. But that was the point, that the world has caught up to Britain. But accordingly, Britain's racist. Did you know that, Stephen? Britain's racist because people said so now. Because they're looking at the past. They don't give a toss about the past, actually. They just say, oh, Britain's colonialist, so they must be racist. Nothing to do with the fact that Britain actually spent thousands, and they paid up until 1978 reparations.
Excuse me.
Based on the fact that they stopped slavery.
2016.
Reparation was 2016.
Yes,
2016 we finally paid off the
2016?
debt.
Sorry, I thought it was the 90s. Sorry, I thought it was earlier.
2016 we finally
they
paid off.
stopped paying reparations for all the things they did. But
by the way, and all the dramatic stuff going on there, I've been a UK citizen since 1998. I've been paying 16 to maybe 20 years in taxes that I've been paying off to what was happening to make sure this bad stuff stopped.
That's what I'm saying, Jim. That's how crazy it is. People are actually still saying the Americans are racist because the British are racist because history, and they're actually not paying attention to history. Believe it or not, even us in Britain are aware that. Do you realise America went to war with themselves to actually stop racism?
About 850 years after we said.
You say, but.
You've seen the video as well, haven't you, Jim?
But that's what I'm saying. Britain, the people nowadays, British and American, actually just turn around and say, but America had slaves. Doesn't matter if they went to war to actually stop it, but Britain had them, so America had them, so that makes it thingy. And British are colonial. Doesn't matter if they actually spent hundreds of millions to stop slavery, and actually people died to stop slavery, but they were colonial, so they must have been slaves. And the same as America. Doesn't matter if they actually went to war with themselves to stop slavery.
I would have to say a full stop on the whole colonial nonsense and everything.
But that's what
I'd ask you, all of you on the panel, and even you in the chat, you go on Google and you check.
In all fairness, Jim.
No.
Fairness,
You'll check how the Indian train transportation system works.
Yeah, but in all
their platforms might be submerged, and I kid you not, it's like it's submerged as you're drowning. If you want to try and get on a plane, you're drowning. And the trains are just plowing through it because they have what was built back in the 1850s.
All I can say is Carol said the perfect statement.
WTF, and I agree. But they have that technology, that mentality. We don't stop for nothing in India, and I have so many colleagues that I work with that are based or come from India, and they just go and say, we come to London, and this is supposed to be the greatest capital on the planet, and they just go and say, you're stopping because there's the wrong kind of snow on your rail track. And they're going, we have 6 feet of rain flood, and we're going, get out of our way because we're coming through.
Yeah, but
We're
that's
not
what I'm
stopping
saying. The way I
for
was looking at
anything.
it, like for instance, historically, people are actually saying, "Aye," but in the past, yeah, that's the problem. It's in the past. Things are not the same now. It's the same as you were saying, Jim. The Indian rail, British Rail will stop because the wrong take or leave is actually on the path of the train, and you're thinking, freaking really? You've got places in Alaska who've got 10 feet of snow per day, and this train still run. You've got places in Saudi Arabia where the sand is actually sand dunes are 10 feet tall. The train still run, but Britain can't actually keep it when it's only a bit damp and the leaves are the wrong type. They can't. The trains run.
I can't
The problem
understand
is-
it. It's
the problem is
literally, we
people
are the
would-
country that
Yeah.
literally invented how to do railway systems.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
we also built
But
the
problem
Indian
is,
railway
people
system.
look but the problem is people look at the past as if the past is going to represent the present, and it fucking doesn't. Because believe it or not, in the past, bad things happen. See, in the present doesn't mean that we're still living in the past. Things have changed, so people have got more rights than they used to have. Just because 50 years ago they didn't have those rights doesn't mean you have to fight for them now because they've got those rights. And that's the way I look at it. To me, it doesn't matter if you're male, female, doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, doesn't matter if you're bisexual. I don't give a fuck
Do not
about
care.
what your pronouns are, whatever. As long as things are better than yesterday, we're in a positive. That's all I look at.
Which is supposed to be. I know I'm not the father. I don't have a plan of getting kids or everything, but I intend to leave this planet better than when I entered it. That is my main core, 100%. Don't care about whatever nonsense I have to do. I entered the planet this way. I will make it better for everybody else going forward.
Well, I look at it as the way Carol Jude says, is that's a lot of college party conversations. It is. The problem is the people who think this is important are freaking nuts because guess what? I don't care if you're black, white, yellow, Chinese, polka dot, freaking purple with yellow.
Purple, orange.
I do not care. See if you like the stuff I like. You're my friend. See if you don't like the stuff I like. I don't care.
Can we
We've had that. It was just 2 weeks ago. You and me, PJ.
Exactly.
We had an extreme fight.
We had
loving the extreme same thing. I
fairness,
just happened to like a different part, and you like the other part.
I wouldn't have called it an extreme fight. I would have called it a spat.
Yeah.
Exactly. But our entire panel, everybody else that was just watching, and they were thinking we were going nuclear.
We are never going to talk again because we disagreed on Spider-Man's Venom.
Yeah.
You realize that's how us geeks work. We disagree with everything unless it agrees with us. But we don't fall out on it because, believe it or not, I've got my opinions on it. Jim's got his opinions on it. And if they're different, guess what? We agree to differ.
I know.
And if this had been in a convention, we would have been up at the bar. We would have literally been downing Iron Brew or ciders or lagers or beers or ales or IPAs.
Jim, do you know what it's like? It's like a family get together. I've had people turning around and saying, my family's weird. And I says, what do you mean? He says, look at those two over there. It could be my brother and my nephew. The two of them are fucking you see, you're fucking going to kill. 2 pints, please. Thank you very much. You're fucking going to. There's a pint.
Yeah.
And then basically they say, how can they two argue like that and order a drink? Because they're having a discussion. Just because they're swearing at each other and they're disagreeing with each other, they'll stop, buy each other a pint, have a drink, and continue their argument. My family's always been like that, and to me, that is the typical how people react. They disagree, they have an argument, but they realise that when it comes down to it, they're still friends. They'll have a drink together, and they'll still argue because it's fun. Believe it or not, see, when we argue with each other, guys, we have fun. And I argue with Jim. Fucking hilarious. See, at the end of the day, it's fun.
You're making me step out on the camera, and I was saving this, so you.
Here we go. Finally,
you're gonna have to make me up on the big screen.
Jim, Alec? Did you actually finally send it to him? I can only applaud. I can only applaud.
DJ, put it on big screen for the audience.
Put it on big screen. I love flashing my Ming.
Go on, turn around, Jim.
Very good.
Turn around.
Keep your hands away from my Ming. That is absolutely superb. Absolutely.
This is actually a gift from our very esteemed Mr. AWK.
Alec.
He sent this. He sent this T-shirt to me, and I love it. And I wanted to play it, put it up, but
next Saturday, fingers crossed. Stay tuned. You heard me. That's hopefully a hint, but stay tuned next week.
That is an absolutely brilliant gift.
It is
well done, AWK.
Stephen, do you know the history behind it?
No, I don't. Is there a teddy bear involved?
Jim has got the Big Chief. He's got the Big Chief, Flash Gordon, and Ming.
I'm covering the panda's ears.
He has got the Big Chief, Flash Gordon, and Ming, and he loves Ming the Merciless. He'll mention it as much as I do them, the movie. So every time I used to mention them, Jim and that would put the yay, he's mentioned Ming again, hey, or them again, yeah. Every time Jim mentioned Ming the Merciless, it was a yay. He has got there his airlick. Right, hold on, Jim. Hold on. He's got Flash Gordon and Ming the Merciless. Look at him. And that's what it was all about. It is literally the Big Chief stuff. How cool is that? Fucking stuff. That's what it was all about. So, although it's an inside joke, anybody who's watched the channel for a number of weeks are aware that Jim brings out his Ming the Merciless first chance he gets. So,
yes,
I love flashing my Ming.
I love flashing my. I didn't say it just to make sure that YouTube didn't kill us, but yes, I love to flash my
porn sites. Coming up in the chat.
Well, I'm gonna say is that what I told Jim on Wednesday evening is that when the people who had to print the shirts saw it, they couldn't stop laughing their heads off.
That is just a superb T-shirt, Jim.
Yeah,
Alec, it is absolutely amazing. I love it. I absolutely think it.
Well, I
think we should do. Every one of us get one and just wear it.
Well, can I give a shout out to the company who did the T-shirt?
Yeah, go for
it. Imprints, and they are located in Romford. So thank you very much to them for doing this.
Romford, you say? Romford, you say?
Yes, Romford.
Romford, you say? Let's see if I can actually think of Romford.
So it's a big shout out to Imprints. If anyone wants a link in the description to the website, let me know. Fantastic printing for t-shirts, especially what they've done for Jim. And I think Jim might go back to him to get more t-shirts printed in the future.
Oh, I will say this. I've actually had this. This is the second wash that I've been through. And I'm a t-shirt kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
I know you don't believe me, but I'm a t-shirt kind of guy. I understand the concept, the quality. I wash it in 30, 60, 90.
It's objective.
I keep it.
Holmes.
Well, I'm being disrupted by a Roman. Do I need to go on a crusade right about now?
Yeah,
We're just actually thinking about Romford.
He's a level-headed fellow.
We've been on for 3.5 hours, so we're getting to drop down now.
Here's your man.
Yeah, but I was just going to give the final bit on this. This t-shirt has been through 2 washes at high level, and it's still great.
Romford to anyone, please, Alice, I beg you. Never mention Romford, not Romford. It's an awful place.
It's right. In fact, we're thinking of pulling it down.
Oh, good. Not Romford. You mustn't pull it down. Oh, my God. Lovely, lovely Romford. Oh, my dear old Romford. Oh, Romford.
That was for your own channel, was it?
Yeah, that was from my own channel, just to make sure we didn't get kicked. But what I'm saying is, when you mentioned Romford,
and funny enough, last Saturday I was in Romford playing snooker. So.
See if you actually see any guys out there who want to watch anything about Romford. Watch 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps. That's all about Romford.
Do you want to know something interesting?
You see that joke, and I know I'm an immigrant to England. I understand the 2 packets kind of thing, but for someone that have never even visited UK, for them it's like, what are you talking about? Because here we have crisps or chips, crisps or chips. But my tongue is not obeying. Crisps or chips.
Yeah.
They are very different things. And everywhere else on this planet, they are flipped.
Yeah.
Opposite.
Yeah. But
crisps or chips.
Yeah, they're only different if you're an American. In the UK, crisps and chips are completely separate. In the US, they could be the same things depending. Because crisps are a packet of crisps. You open the packet of crisps and go. Chips are McDonald's chips, wee thin, skinny ones. Fish and chips.
I'm going to have to give that to Stephen, but for me,
I have comments on this
and
subject.
chips means different things.
Yeah, because if Stephen says a chip, he means a different from what we mean as a chip.
Right.
And me as a Scandinavian, if I have chips and fish at the local chip shop, it would mean I have 90 days dried out chips.
What is a chip? That's the thing. That's the question. Not a case of
a thin
if I have
a fried potato slice.
Yeah, if I have fish and chips, I'm having sliced potatoes diced into chips. Stephen would have chips. He would have fish and crisps, what the UK would call them. However, what would Jim the Viking call fish and chips?
It's finger stick potato things that have been chucked
what you're saying
into.
What you're saying
But
is
the same word would be used for very thin sliced, as in like a cheese grater, thin sliced, and you put a lot of herb and spices on them, and you parboil them in oil. But
the
when
thing
you
is-
do a fish and chip, you should have thick and chunky potato cubes.
I understand what you're saying. However, when I say chips, I think chipped potatoes as in long, thin sticks of potatoes. Whereas
No,
even if he says
I
chips, he
think
might
a
think, like,
post
for
stab.
instance, he might think slices of potato as in crisps. What we would call crisps, Stephen would call chips, right?
Yeah, see, I'm going to comment in on this right now. I'm going to interrupt you two gentlemen on this incredible historical dissertation.
Go ahead.
The etymology of potato treats that you have with a burger. In the United States, we only have chips as deep fried, crunchy, circular, and it includes tortilla chips, potato chips. We identify. We also have yam chips.
Yep.
And other deep fried things. But because we never fought the French for 500 years, we are allowed to call our crisps French
I
fries.
understand that, but what you call
I know
Stephen,
that this is getting into the fire stuff, but if I can go first, PJ.
No. I'm
I will hug you. I will buy you a plushie toy for your grandkid.
It's my channel. Shut the fuck up. I'm going first, and
Go ahead, PJ.
I've had a liter of this, so I'm actually being. I've had a liter of this, so I'm actually being very aggressive.
Right. Go ahead, PJ. Right. It's all yours.
Right, because you can finish it off. You can round it off. Don't worry, Jim. Right, Stephen, you call what we call crisps, you call chips.
Yeah.
I have no issue with that because that's the way you're describing them. But what we call chips, you call fries.
Yes.
Right, so to us, a chip is obviously an elongated, chunky bit of potato. It doesn't matter if it's the wee teeny McDonald's fries or the big, chunky fries. We call them chips. Doesn't matter if they're thin chips or they're chips. You call what we call crisps chips. We're all aware of that because we've obviously grown up watching American TV, so we are aware of the difference. However, Jam, what would the Norwegians or the Vikings call chips? It's over to you, Jim, now. I've passed it on.
Well, you made it too early because I was trying to try to type a private message within. Actually, let me bring the camera on so you can see me being a stupid idiot.
So we can see you being as pissed as I am. This is
exactly watching me be an idiot. No, PJ, you are 100% correct, but there is such a difference, and believe it or not, Scandinavia and United Kingdom is not that far apart. Now, let's reduce this to Scotland, where our beloved PJ is from, is even closer to this area. Scotland, in terms of history, even have a closer connection to this. So they should not have a confusion what is a crisp or potato. And I'm just gonna have to give this out. I was ordered by my lawfully wedded wife to go out and get crisp.
So you got Doritos.
You spoiled it for me.
Yes.
I see. It didn't even take you a second to clock on the mistake. It's like, I was supposed to get this square cube, long things that you put into a fryer, maybe make crispy, and it's like you have burgers and fries.
Yep.
I went out because I heard crisp, and I got the thin ones, just like they had salt and sour cream or whatever. I got that version.
Yep. See, the thing is, as Matthew Ponder says, Scotland invented frying. We are the type of the people who say, bring out your dead, fry them up. We'll have a big fry. We want to actually be healthy. Guess what we have in the morning? A fry up. We take.
I tell you, you Scottish people, don't worry. I conquered the English nation. I am coming for you.
Unless you
I'll be there within the next couple of months.
The problem is, unless you can fry it up, you have no chance. We'll take. I mean, Scotland says, "Bring out your dead." We'll say, "Fry them up first." We like a fry up. Yeah, I mean,
black pud is the best thing to ever come out of Scotland.
No. Hot haggis is the best thing that ever came out. Haggis.
No. I'm saying black pud is what an average human can get. When it comes to haggis, that is people just running away.
No,
it's not normally served, but I love haggis.
That's a case of we don't like sheep stomach. We'll just have blood. Well, we'll have the blood and we'll fry it.
Oh, the black pud.
We'll actually take the sheep stomach, see the sheep stomach and the innards and the oats, and we'll shove all that and we'll fry it up. See that blood stuff? Yeah. You can fry that up yourself, no problem. The Scots will see if you actually give us something, we'll fry it up, no problem. Oh, by the way, do you know the English fry bread? Perfect.
Hey,
come on, the boys, we'll fry that up too. See it's the same as the Europeans. Croissant. We are a little bit gay. Give us a croissant. And then the Germans. Never give us the eccentric organ of a young animal.
As someone that was not brought up within, shall we say, the United Kingdom area, if I want to dismay an army, and I don't care if it was the Navy SEALs from the United States of America, I would just go, here is the Scottish cuisine. This is the food you need to go through.
Can I interrupt for 2 seconds? It's
only 2 seconds, though, PJ. Just 2 seconds only.
Steven, we're actually talking about Navy SEALs. We're talking about honk. That's all we think about when we hear Navy SEALs. Sorry. Just so you're aware, when we talk about Navy SEALs, we just think about SEALs that actually joined the Navy.
It's a shame that Roman isn't here to be shocked.
I will step back a little bit on that because I've actually played with the people that have been up for the Navy SEALs and the Green Beret and everything. They are women and children. Women and men. They are really on top of their jobs. They are very good. They can be defeated, but they are at the very top of that level. They do deserve that Green Beret, the Silver Wing, whatever they get, all of those things. I have met a lot of them between 1996 and 1999. Holy crap, these are some crazy individuals.
Yeah.
They may need help with society outside, but holy crap, if you want the job done, they were definitely the one I was like, I don't care. You ask me for 10 times the amount of money to get something done. They were the people.
In all fairness, I am aware that being a coward couldn't actually fight myself.
Coward! You work in IT. You're not a coward.
No, in all fairness, being a coward, I couldn't fight my way out of a wet paper bag. I am aware of that. Based on the fact that my father and my grandfather was in the services and fought during D-Day and the Second World War, and he survived. My father was in the Royal RTC, Royal Corps of Transport, and you saw the English guys going, use fucking clean that, polish that, and he turned around and it was all in the middle, and somebody told him, fuck off. He says, a Scottish regiment, picked all his stuff up, went to the next English barracks and says, polish that, clean that, because he wouldn't touch the Scots. I am aware that I couldn't even survive that version. I'm a coward. I not so much I'm a coward, but I'm just a big shite bag. In all fairness, I'm aware of that. So I couldn't serve in the military because I'm a crap bag. I couldn't serve in the police. I couldn't serve in all these situations where I'm too. It's like Rick said, Fred is I'm too sexy for my. I'm too shit bag for my other stuff. I'm aware of that. I'm okay with that because, believe it or not, living in a society where I do not need to put my life in the line because there's other braver people who will, male and female, who will put their life in the line to protect me. I'm okay with that. It's when you get the pissants that actually turn around and say, see those brave people? They're a fucking bunch of fascists and sorry, I want those in my side to fucking protect me because I'm a shite bag.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with understanding that I'm a shite bag and I want brave people to protect me. Because guess what? I lived in a society where I didn't need to actually be brave like my father and my grandfather. Because they actually did all the job so I could live an easy life. I'm okay with that. Believe it or not.
But I had one of those awkward moments. Unfortunately, only just months ago. Okay, it's maybe a year and a half, so but 18 months ago, where I actually had to prove that I understand how this works. I provided that solution, and this idiot just kept pushing. It's like, it can't be that easy. You don't understand. You can't do this. And it's like, I've been doing this since 1995.
Yeah.
I know how to do this. You only started working for a company in 2021 in the middle of a pandemic where everything was locked down. I have been doing this for quarter of a century. And you can't do this.
The way I look at it is, Jim, I live in an easy society because brave people, men and women, are willing to step up to protect me, an abject pissant. And I'm okay with admitting I'm an abject pissant because I've been at a shopping centre where a woman shouted to people in the crowd, he's stealing my child, and I stepped up. And the guy says, it's my kid as well. I says, I don't care. The kid's the only important part here. The woman and the man at the end of the day, two of them walked away together, so they were obviously a pair. But when she was saying, he's stealing my child, I stepped up and stepped in the middle of what could be violent because of the kid. To me, I was doing something that I would expect somebody who's braver than me to do for me. because I was doing it for someone who's weaker. Not the woman, the kid, because I didn't know the circumstances. All I knew was she was saying somebody was stealing her kid. That's the part I stepped up to. I could have got stabbed, shot, freaking punched. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
irrelevant.
as you said to the guy said, that's my kid as well. I says, I don't care. It's the kid I'm bothered about. If the mother is saying you're trying to steal her kid, would you, as the father, be happy that I sat back and did nothing? That's what I said.
No, what? This is where this scenario gets complicated.
Although he was angry, he said, fair enough. Because even though I was standing up to him, what I was standing up was for his kid maybe being stolen. So even though he was angry at me for standing up to him, he understood that I stood up for his kid. So although he was angry, he understood why I stepped in front of him for his kid, which I didn't have an issue with. He didn't have an issue with. But the fact is, me being a shite bag, I am not denying that I'm a crap bag. I'm probably weaker than some, just for the simple fact is I'm aware of my limitations. I wouldn't step in front of these things that other people who are far braver than me, men and women, would stand in front to protect me. I'm okay. But if I can do that to a kid who is weaker than me, I'm okay. Because somebody will be more powerful than me, will stand in front of me. I don't care if it's a man or a woman. They're more brave than I am. I'm okay with that.
You're presenting a very interesting concept here, PJ. I, as someone that will never ever stand back to a bully, I don't care. I will maybe give them 5 seconds of a thought. Should I actually smack their face into the concrete? But you are one of the individuals that I've met in the last maybe 10 years that are not one to just stand down when someone is being that level of an idiot that your friend, Jim the Viking, have to literally smack them into the ground that is worthy of 50 million YouTube views because, wow, that looked like an awesome smackdown.
But that's what I'm saying. It's the thing is, you don't think about things when you're doing it. If you're doing the right thing, you don't think about it.
Yeah, like exactly. This is what I'm saying. You did the right thing, but you had to step down, and I had to actually go, hang on. He said something, and you're still pushing.
Yeah,
I will smack you so hard, you will become a YouTube celebrity.
Yeah. But my attitude was, I don't care if you hit me, because the kids is more important thing. So was my safety more important than the kids' safety? No. Was the fact that
was my safety
the fact is he
carrying you
as the parent, even though he was angry and understood that yes, he was happy that I stepped in, even though it was in front of him, he could understand it because he was angry, but he turned around and says, I understand because you stepped in front of me because of my kid. Even though between me and my wife, you stepped in front of me because to protect my kid. I have no issues with you. And
can I step in here?
Yeah.
This is it. I want to connect something that I wanted to comment on earlier, which was this discussion about the modern age and the current movement, ignoring the past and labeling toxic aggression as a bad thing. It connects very directly to what you two are definitely talking about. And of course, you guys are on two different sides of the fence, but you're still standing at the fence nonetheless, right?
Yeah,
You're both
exactly.
defending the innocent.
Yeah,
The thing
and
is
being-
that the
being a-
current
being a worse-
movement
Yeah.
has revealed themselves that they're trying to dismantle, not argue. That's the big reveal. That's the big reveal because their logic is broken.
Yeah, and
They
that's
don't
what I
have a
was saying
logic,
about
actually.
The person who was having the argument with his wife about the child in the middle of a shopping centre.
Mhm.
People didn't know the thing. I stepped in. What happened there? Who did?
Colin has had to drop out because he's probably
Yeah.
tired in it. So
Sorry, I know, right? So, but the thing is, Stephen, is I basically stepped up. I was shite myself when I stepped up. I'm not denying it.
Yeah.
But the way I looked at it was, if I didn't step up, a kid could have been abused. I didn't know. The parent who was screaming, "He's stealing my kid," she was happy somebody stepped up to try and stop this man taking his kid, the kid. And the guy who was taking the kid, although he was angry that I stepped up, was happy that I stepped up because it was his kid. And if he thought that somebody could take his kid without somebody challenging whoever it was, he was, although he was, this is my kid, I should do what I can do what I want. He was actually happy that somebody says, why the fuck can you do what you want because you're male?
Yeah,
And
he was able to transcend the logic that
he was angry.
He could see himself
He was
in your
happy
shoes.
that somebody actually protected his kid just in case. And I
I wanted
no
to.
issues with that.
I want to bring up a scenario that I've been living with here in California for the last year, at least. I've been using mass transit a lot more than I used to. And in California, I would make it a practice of mine to stand between whoever was innocent on the train or bus and whoever was being dangerous looking.
Yeah.
Not mentioning it to anybody, not making a big show of it, but I would just stand in between them and him.
Being the bulwark. And that's the thing.
Yeah, just as a practice, because and I would get scared during those moments and nothing would happen. But I would put myself in the position that if something did happen, there was no way he was going to get to that mother and her child.
Yeah.
Without passing through me first.
Exactly. And that's the thing. Yes, being I am aware I'm a wuss. I am aware. Yeah, I might look the part, but I'm a wuss. I have no idea that I've got no compulsions that I'm a wuss. That I'd be quite happy with it. Somebody in a uniform standing between me and the enemy. I'm okay with that. However, when it comes down to it, if you can't step up when there's nobody else there, then you're not worth anything. You're worth nothing. And that's the difference. So would my life ending compared to that of a child ending, what's more important? Well, to me, it's
touched his mouse again. He tripped the mouse. Unbelievable. Well, before he comes back, I want to get this one quip in.
Stephen, while we're waiting for this,
he
just came back.
Kicked me out. I moved my mouse. I went like that, and I did it low down, and it moved my mouse, and for some reason it kicked me off. I didn't even press a button. I just moved my mouse, and it kicked me.
PJ, sorry, I'm gonna have to give you a lot of criticism this evening.
Well, see for
this is criticism that should be exposed to the public.
Picnic,
including you showing your hand like you're doing at this moment, because it looks just so perfect. But I might screenshot this.
Picnic. Problem in on computer. It is
no, I actually think it's the other way around. You have everything correct. It just happens to be that you're the one that sits in the chair.
Yeah,
It wasn't
I
your
don't know
fault.
what it was. I just moved my mouse. It moved. It moved that distance, and it kicked me off as if I pressed a button. All I did was I went like that and hit my mouse, and it moved slightly, and it kicked me off.
Right. Could I ask you to grab a screenshot of what you see on your screen at this moment?
I'm basically seeing StreamYards.
No. I'm asking you to grab a screenshot of what you're seeing
No, I am
at this
seeing-
moment.
I
So
am-
Command Shift
I know-
S
I know what
and
you're
grab
saying.
it.
I know what you're saying, but all I'm seeing is StreamYards. Literally, all I'm seeing is StreamYards. I didn't press a
Yes.
button.
I want you to get that screenshot because at this moment, to me, it looks like you have an awesome tomahawk.
No, it's literally it is that bad. I'm running on Windows 11. All I did was I was doing that, and as I did that, I hit the mouse and it moved sideways. And as it moved sideways,
This one will challenge you. I was just asking you to grab a screenshot because at the moment it looks like you have an awesome tomahawk that might have been in a Clockwork Orange.
No, honestly, it's literally
that is what I'm seeing at this moment.
on this screen it's StreamYards, and that screen it is my VPN, and that screen is got my VPN. Sorry, VLC.
But you're not seeing what we're seeing. You're
No,
not
but
seeing what we're seeing.
What I'm
that
saying is
that panel.
There is nothing special.
Yeah.
As I said, this one is just StreamYards. That one has got my VPN. That one.
Yeah, he's not following, Jim. He's not following, Jim.
I understand. I think I misexplained. He should have grabbed a screenshot because at the moment it looks like he has a white tomahawk. At this very instance in the universe, it looks like he has the white tomahawk, and it looks like he would have belonged to the Clockwork Orange crew.
I understand what you're saying, but believe me, it went from this screen, which has got the four of us in StreamYard, it went to the login screen. That is it. It's almost as if I pressed back instead of anything else. All I did was I moved the mouse and it defaulted to back. And so
you would not have looked bad in any of these screens. And even at this point, I'm actually thinking you're looking more like Hagbard the Viking, which was exclusively Northern Scandinavia comic cartoon.
I would have assumed that did more damage than fucking anything else. If I clicked a button, but I didn't click a button. I moved the mouse accidentally and it kicked me out. It went back.
Right, PJ, I'm going to bring this up.
Yes.
Are you sure you haven't been feeding that mouse bleeding Baileys tonight?
What?
I said, are you sure you haven't been feeding the mouse Baileys tonight?
My mouse is a good boy. Good boy, mousy. Good boy.
Because if it keeps kicking you off, I swear you'd be...
Look, I can actually tell my mouse to do stuff like, for instance, lights off. Come on, lights off. No, it's my keyboard that works. My mouse always changes. There's buttons there. There's two buttons there. There is a click, and two buttons here, as well as a scroller. It's nothing fancy. But there's nothing at this side. There's no buttons at the right-hand side of the button. So when I move my mouse like that, and it just basically, there's no buttons at that side. So why, when I clicked it accidentally, it went back? Yeah. It's pissed. As us,
That's correct. Your mouse is pished.
Yeah.
Okay, nu. Okay. Pished.
Wait, sir, Peter, I need to get a fresh screenshot for that for Twitter.
No. Not this time. The last time I actually got it, I was.
No, you were more like.
It was basically looks as if my eye was cocking the last time. There is no way you're getting me again like that.
It was more the fact that we were frozen in like an unfortunate, like.
Yeah,
it wasn't like it was like you were moving through the discussion and trying to tell people, but you just went, eh? And that was just like the perfect, like that. But that, PJ, is much, much more a Campbell frozen scenario. And if he's stuck on this for the next 5 seconds, I will screenshot
it. No chance.
He was imitating Sylvester Stallone from Demolition Man.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Come on. Demolition Man is amazing. What do you mean a rat burger? I would love a rat burger.
Yeah.
Well, when Stallone was frozen in ice, that's exactly what he looked like. He was just like that. He was just frozen, all wiggled and turned awkwardly, and with a better ass, of course.
Hey, I've got a better ass. I just don't want to show it. There's certain limits to what I show on screen.
Have you guys seen Roman?
Sir, we have a limit of what we're showing.
Yeah, PJ, if you show your
what I show on screen, and
PJ, if you show your ass, your subscriber count might shoot through the roof.
My subscribers have gone up.
Hang on, are we talking only fans here?
Right.
Probably, maybe.
Let us actually pretend we actually are not pissed. We're not actually non-geeks. Okay. What are you guys looking forward to this week on your channels?
I will have to pass this over to the next two guys because unfortunately, due to the volume of
alcohol
liquid that has entered my system, I will require about 2 minutes. But I have two things I would love to really bring onto this channel that I watched this week, and I've actually spent money on because I was so interested.
Rings of
despite what Neurotic and As was saying. And I think the two of them were really wrong.
Well, I can't.
And now for a quick lizard break.
I was thinking, aye.
Well, there will be liquid going out from a system into a cistern.
In all fairness, Jim, you're talking pish.
But as always, the Scottishman is the one that actually understands what the heck is going on, which has always been through for the last 1,200 years.
Yep. Hey.
But I will be back in a couple of moments. I will talk to the things that I've seen this week.
Okay.
Jim, just make sure you aim correctly.
Yeah, and be careful with your mate.
You want me to switch my t-shirt?
Don't worry, Jim. We know you're all talking pish. Go on, you go. So, Stephen, what is
get on with it, would you?
Get on with it.
Hey,
get on with it.
We're lucky if he turns the camera off and he's not pissing into that bucket.
For crying out loud.
Oh, trust me, you don't want to see that. It's happened too many times before.
He preloads his exit and then spends a half an hour talking about how he's leaving.
Yeah, that's a man. So, Stephen, what are you watching this week? What is your plan for your channels or your?
Stephen, shall I bring this up?
Well, actually, let's see. I haven't heard what the subject might be for Mixtape Mondays with John and Roman, but Roman is going to continue and do a second part on our contrary video, which we did on Thursday. We only got one round in.
See,
so
I only see the mixtape stuff, the music doesn't bother me. However, I did enjoy the love to people love, but everybody else, everybody loves, but I hate.
That's Thursday. That'll be Thursday.
The Thursday ones, I love that because, believe it or not, I hate Breaking Bad. Everybody seems to love it, but I think it's the biggest waste of time in my life. I've seen them all.
I can feel you on that one.
Yeah. But it was the same idea as Better Call Saul. I can understand why people love Better Call Saul because Saul Goodman was the best thing in the Breaking Bad, but I didn't like the whole Breaking Bad system or the whole program as such. So the Better Call Saul did nothing for me. I did actually say that if they counted it, I don't like. However, I could appreciate the fact is there's some movies I love that people hate. And there's some ones that I hate, people love, and I'm aware of that.
Yeah, the thing I'm trying to defend with that show is, and I think I mentioned it once during the beginning of the show as a bit of a tongue-in-cheek, but in all seriousness, the opportunity to talk about something that everybody collectively enjoys and try to take the piss out of it, I think it's a fantastic comedic exercise so that everybody realizes that, like, gee, there might be another opinion on this thing, a particular slant. Like the whole Despicable Me thing, I think is a terrible thing to show children. The idea of supporting villains and their minions is it's diabolical. I don't get it.
And Roman knows my attitude that, for instance, I won't watch things like the movie The Krays because it's all about the Kray twins, the villains. I don't care what they did. They're villains. I don't want to watch the Joker movie because he's a villain. I don't care. He's a villain. Don't care about a backstory. And it's things like that. So I like my stuff light. I like my superheroes to be heroes. I don't want my superheroes to be villains. I'm not a big Batman fan, but I do appreciate Batman. I do like the Punisher because within his movies franchise or TV show franchise and the comic book franchise, the Punisher works. But as soon as you put the Punisher in as a crossover with anything, then he's a villain. So I don't like crossovers from that aspect of it.
You see this is where I clash. And where people picked up in the last couple of weeks and thinking like me and PJ, we absolutely hate each other. We're like ready to rip each other's throats and like head and like spines out.
Because we were talking about Spider-Man and Venom. Yes.
Exactly. But I want to understand the darker side. It's like, why is J. Jonah Jameson such a shithead?
I can appreciate that aspect of it, but J. Jonah Jameson is sort of slightly different. But Venom, I don't care. I don't care about Venom, whereas I understand why you like the aspect of knowing the backstory of Venom. I don't have issues with understanding it, but it's the same as you don't have issues with me not caring understanding it. And that's
interesting point on all of this, though, PJ, is that the continuity of the comic books, which is supposed to be the origin, like basically the paperback canon of these, these films. Venom actually had his own book.
Yeah, and that's what Jim was saying.
So it makes sense that he would have his own movie, but Joker never had his own book.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is things like Venom. We had a disagreement a couple of months back. People thought we were actually completely that opposed that the two of us didn't actually talk to each other up and above it, because
I even think
I'm
the
a
chat was
Spider-Man fan.
literally like split 50-50.
Yeah.
It's like,
I'm a big
I'm with Jim
Spider-Man.
or I'm with PJ.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a big Spider-Man fan. And to me, the villains, I don't care about why they're villains, because in the comic book, they're villains. I don't care why they became villains. All I know is they're villains. That is the end of story. Why they became villains is unimportant. They are villains. I don't want to sympathize with a villain. Me and Jim discussed that, and both of us agreed to disagree, because Jim obviously enjoys seeing the backstory of the villains, how they got to where they are.
Well, to quote the
I can
dude,
understand that aspect of it. However, we disagree. We disagreed, and both of us know we disagreed, because we came off the end of it going, "Fuck it, I disagree."
Yeah.
And end of story. But the thing is, we know where each other stands. But believe it or not, we didn't fall out because we know where each other stands. Because
I think that's what the whole pineapple on pizza thing is all about.
Yeah, we are adults. We have different opinions. We're okay with each other having different opinions, but it doesn't stop us being fans of material. I can watch a Venom movie and actually think, it's an okay movie. Did I care about it? No, because I didn't care enough about the backstory of Venom. Whereas I could watch a Spider-Man movie and enjoy it, whereas Jim could watch this Venom movie and really enjoy it and actually like that. And I don't have issues with that. And to me, fandom, if everybody enjoyed the one thing, there would be one thing. We enjoy multiple different things. And that's what makes it fun. I'm a Judge Dredd fan. I'm a Superman fan. I'm a Spider-Man fan. I'm a Wonder Woman fan.
How dare you? How dare you? Spider-Man is number one. And you've already mentioned like 3 chunkies ahead of that. No, I know I'm being silly here, but this is PJ. This is what PJ likes. And PJ is 100% into the Judge Dredd universe. He would love that first. For me, it is, I love Spider-Man. Spider-Man would kick Judge Dredd 100 times around the sun before Judge Dredd even knew what was hitting him. And I know PJ agrees that, okay, Spider-Man is a good one, but he would not do that because Judge Dredd would respond in kindness.
I'm going to mention a property that maybe the rest of the panel knows or doesn't know. It's not really relevant, but the old Little Rascals episodes. There's an episode in that series.
Yes.
In the original Little Rascals series, there's an episode where they're having a 3 or 4 way discussion about whether or not Flash Gordon, Tarzan, or Buck Rogers would be able to beat up the other ones. And it's just, I learned that lesson when I was a baby kid.
Stephen, I haven't read that particular one, but I have read them separately. So they are about the same time.
Yeah.
They each have unique powers. And this is literally what PJ is trying to show at the moment. It's, I believe, sadly, although I would root for Spider-Man, that Judge Dredd would probably be able to swat the bug.
Yeah, and I think the reason why is a matter of ethics. Judge Dredd would not hesitate to destroy Spider-Man, but Spider-Man would be persevering to save Judge Dredd.
Exactly.
And that's Spider-Man's weakness in that battle. Not his superpowers, but his ethics.
Exactly, and that is the scenario you were portraying. The three characters is one of them would fall because they would believe that one of the other would perform better or drive what they believe is required to push forward and make sure that, say, the university is safe. I'm currently rewatching the Star Trek Voyager, and I'm currently at the timeline where Ensign Kim actually died, but he's being brought back from a separate universe and having to, okay, Kim really did die in this timeline, but I'm having to try.
He doesn't come back in a different timeline. He comes back in the same timeline about and has stories about others.
Yes.
One. Voyager is a guilty pleasure for me. I dislike all the characters, but I love the TV show.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know why.
I can definitely describe it as guilty
pleasure. I keep forgetting his name because he was only in such a few episodes, but it's the Icheb. The guy that played Icheb, he came over to United Kingdom, and this was like 2014, 2015, so long before lockdown happened.
Mm-hmm.
And boy, did he get introduced to English drinking culture. He was not fit to present his 10 o'clock in the morning.
Remember in Picard, he got killed, he got destroyed, he got his eye drilled out. In Picard,
I do not recognize any Picard plus whatever happened in the last 15 years in terms of that. But what happened to him?
There really isn't a Star Trek.
What happened to him in ST? I'm gonna have to steal that from you, by the way. And also, I'll buy you a beer so you forget that I did steal it from you. But
it's got my name on it, so you can't. It's not Dredd on it. It has actually got me on it.
Nice.
I'm sure I can like plaster over it or something like duct tape or whatever.
Jim, you are definitely a Viking. I mean, I don't know you that well, but just from these 4.5 hours, I have come to the conclusion that you honor your past relatives by being you. That is for sure.
He does. He goes a Viking and basically wants to see if he can actually take half us off.
Just the way he breaks into a conversation is just the same way that a prow would hit the beach. He's just like, whoa, 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 bam! I am invading your village. The conversation is mine.
You're quite accurate there. It's like, whoops, I didn't see you there. Wait, is this mine or is that yours?
It was always yours. You just needed to beat him enough to remind him.
Well, when it comes to the whole the Viking thing and the historical part, and I don't know how this, and I'm approaching 50s.
Okay.
I've been reading a lot of books and everything, but apparently the people that went Viking,
yes,
most of them were 6 feet plus tall.
Yeah.
When in Europe, the average height was barely 5 foot. Barely 5 foot. So you had these brutal giants, 2 feet taller than you were, axe, shield, brutal beard, and was like, give me your gold. That is what an actual Viking was through to history.
That is an awesome toy you got there, sir.
It's just because it was it's a Jaws one. And
it's a Funko Pop Jaws.
It's a
yes, it is a Funko Pop Jaws, and we have praised that. That is such an amazing thing.
You can just see the boat with Quint actually getting chewed up by the Jaws.
Just look at that toy. Look at the packaging. If we were kids, PJ, and we saw that on the shelf when we were like 10 or 12,
we were kids, we would have destroyed the value of this.
We would have ripped this to shreds.
There would be no value to this. This would have been in the bin within 5 days.
Yeah, it would have literally been out. I've already had it out and I put it back in the box just for the simple fact is it's just too cool to be out of the box.
And that's another thing too. The box is designed for you to actually pull it all the way out and put it all the way back in if you want to. It's so well designed as a toy. Like the box is included as part of the toy.
Yeah.
Yes.
And even the fact is you can actually just even a simple look just to actually see what other figures you've got.
I'm sorry, Stephen. You're gonna have about an hour and a half, like a Titanic movie by James Cameron, about this one. But I will say, the Titanic film is worse than about the content you're about to be shown at this moment, because what PJ got is purely amazing. Except that one, you can delete this from your memory forever.
Johnny Rico, a Funko Pop soda.
Now we need to discuss Johnny Rico and Starship Troopers at some point in the future.
Hey, you guys!
Hey, you guys!
So, Jim, I wanted to mention to you that my ancestors, and I have ancestors on both sides of my family line that are Italian, for the most part, Italian, several generations back. So I am related to those 5.5 foot tall people you were talking about prior. And even though we kicked your butts, sort of, we were terrified of your people. You guys were just absolutely monstrously terrifying to the Italian people. Beyond a shadow of a doubt.
I'm quarter Irish, quarter Italian, half Scottish. So the Italian side is actually sitting there going, okay.
I'm actually curious of what Stephen's got here, because what the Vikings, and this is a term that is misconstrued. We are Norsemen. When we went out to either trade, hunt, kill, murder, raid, whatever, that was to go a Viking. Yes, I'm using Jim the Viking in such a sentence, but I was born, raised, I did most of the first part of my life until I was an adult teenager. I was north of the Arctic Circle. Then I decided, for some reason, United Kingdom sounds interesting because the Viking history had influenced, changed, impressed or driven something that made what United Kingdom is. And that
Yes,
is
and the
accurate
Italians
because
have a parallel to that. The parallel for the Italians is the people of Troy coming to the the western seaboard of Italy and creating Rome in the first place, according to the literature.
Well,
so the Italians were
the
influenced by the attitudes of those coming from Troy. So the Romans that we know today are actually Trojans.
Yeah, because the Romans, as far as I understand, the Romans were just one village in Italy, or what is now Italy, the peninsula. They were influenced by the Romans, or the Trojans, basically, to expand, and used their political power and their armies to expand and take over. So the Latin we know is just one small town's language expanded as they conquered. In effect, that's the way it was.
In much the same way that that the Norse came
Yeah.
into that the Norsemen came into England. It's very, very similar
Hence the
historical
reason why
parallel.
you've got Anglo-Saxon. It's the
Yes,
language.
exactly.
English is Anglo-Saxon because it's part Anglo, part Saxon. You have influence from Roman, you've got influence from French. Believe it or not, everything that actually conquered has actually put an influence on Britain. Surprise, surprise.
It is one of those things I really find odd throughout history. So Britain is one of the countries that is actually saying that we weren't conquered, we conquered everyone else.
Yes. But the problem
Vikings,
is, when the British
smacked the British into 4 different regions. So the Irish, the Scottish, the Welsh, and the English.
But that's the thing, is that even that is a fallacy, because there was no Scottish, there was no English, there was no Irish, and there was no Welsh. There was Celtic.
What are you saying? The Scottish was literally the ones that kicked the Vikings out
But that's
of...
the problem. There was no Scottish. The Celtics were, which were half the Celtics were in Ireland and half were in Scotland.
Right. This is a matter of the history of words.
But exactly, it's a history of words, because Celtics weren't in Scotland because Scotland wasn't a place at the time.
Right.
And Ireland wasn't a place at the time. It was just where the Celts lived, where the Celts lived in the northern Britannia. Hence the reason why you had during the Roman times, you had Britannia and Caledonia, although sometimes it was called Britannia because it was just one isle. Sometimes it was split into Britannia and Caledonia because they built Hadrian's Wall. It's all
Hadrian's Wall is basically like the Scottish Wall, which is where we're going back to Kevin Costner's Robin Hood, where it's like, where's the freaking sun? It is the strength and the backbone. It is the combination that there was so many cultures somehow combining or focusing or pivoting. I think is actually the word.
Yeah, and that's the problem, Jim, is people assume modern day boundaries can go back all the way through history. They can't. And that's the thing. That you look at, like we were looking at Chelsea Return 2-3, it was a comedy, and they called the Scots, they called them the Caledonians. But in effect, they was called the Caledonians.
PJ, why are you making myself put myself on mute?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they didn't actually see themselves as Scottish and English and stuff like that. They classed them as Caledonians and Britons. But even then, it wasn't a case of there was a boundary, as in the Scottish boundary. as
Right.
we know it now. And that's the problem. People assume what happens now is the same as what happened then.
Right.
And
Yeah. A
it's
good,
wrong.
great example
Which
of
is where
that
they
is
get
the
so go
division of
wrong.
Greece. The
Yeah.
division of Greece. They used to be city-states, and the Spartans did not include themselves in the culture of Athens. They considered them two separate countries, two totally separate cultures.
Because the Trojans went to war with the Athenians. Because they weren't Greeks, they were Athenians. They were Trojans.
They were just trying to break away without understanding the concept of, hang on, you're literally just like a city with like 400 people. We're a country of 10 billion people.
Yeah.
And he was saying, no, we're going to go this way. It was like, why? Why are you attacking us from behind when we have told you that the enemy is attacking us from the front? We got this covered, and you're going. It's like, no, don't worry, they're going to attack us. It's like, it's going to take 20 years before they will attack you.
Yeah, but that's the same again. That's all to do with historical fallacy, because the way we all have been taught history, because we assume certain things, and the problem is
Exactly.
is different from what actually happens. Because if somebody says, "Oh," like for instance, the Battle of Marathon, and why the marathons run 26 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, the Athenians were attacked, and one, I can't even remember the guy's name. He ran 27 miles to the city-state of Athens, notifying them that the army has been defeated and they're coming round the coast, which isn't the whole story, but it's enough to actually give us the marathon as if that's all important.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's just
I've just watched Count Dracula on a 1904 United States marathon run, where they had a psychopath going, let's just not give this runner or runners any water. Let them run behind a vehicle from 1904, just spouting out exhaust fumes or whatever to the lungs. Yeah, I will let you just go to Count Dankula's channel, because I think it's like the last 3 weeks, but holy crap.
Yeah, you're talking about the American Olympic team.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You're talking about there's a film, what was it called? Something of Fire? There was a film that was loosely based on that historical.
It was the Chariots of Fire.
I don't know, but
Chariots
this
of
is
Fire,
not how
it.
you. No, Chariots of Fire is United Kingdom.
Is that not the English thing about the runners?
Yeah, the Chariots of Fire is about the 1982 film. It has music from Mark Knopfler, which is Bad Moon Rise. I keep forgetting what band is, but Mark Knopfler wrote the music for the Chariots of Fire, or he was involved somehow. It made an amazing music track, and it was 1982. The British team managing to make the marathon run somehow, but this is actually almost
for my misstep on that.
No, it wasn't a misstep. You actually clocked another epic history in the Olympics, but this one was 1904, so 120 years previous.
Yeah.
Well, no,
you
Chariots
clocked.
of Fire was a historical movie about that same time period, but about a different country's effort.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
definitely was.
Yeah, it was the British actually. The funny part about that I remember was that in the film, the British were trying to figure out what the weights and measures were for a javelin, for a shot put, and they would use Greek artifacts as a reference point, and they wound up overshooting the weights. So when they showed up, they were like, "Wait, you want me to throw this? This thing is like a tenth the weight of what I've been training with for about a year." So, there's some like tongue-in-cheek historical missteps in that one too, but they're talking about the same original Olympics effort when the Olympics was first introduced to Europe, first introduced to the world. But you're specifically talking about the American effort.
Yeah, you do not want to compare the. I might be wrong about the numbers, but I will say the 1904 Ohio Olympic effort, where even the United States president, so the POTUS of the United States, whatever, he just went, F this, I can't be bothered to travel 1,100 miles to go. And it's like, I'm cutting a ribbon so people can run. But it also had the fact that there was a psychotic scientist that was showing, let's watch how long these marathon runners, 26 miles, what happens if we do not give them water at all?
Yeah.
This is the 1904 Olympics that took place. And it was for serious, and all the scientists and all that project for the 1908 or 6, I'm not sure exactly what the date was, but everybody attached to it were literally, it's like, you cannot ever be employed in this industry ever again.
Yeah, there was a lot of that back then.
Yeah, but it was literally guy was going, it's like, I think people that don't have water will run faster.
It wasn't that.
Is
what
how
they were trying to do is build perseverance. They were trying to it was a philosophical idea that, like, I'm sure you've experienced this in the military, where it's not necessarily about building muscle. It's about building the muscle of perseverance. Like, if you can handle this, then when conditions are better, it should be easy.
I will give you that. I will definitely give you that. I have to admit, I've failed stuff that you would believe. It's like, really? Did you actually fail at that? But it is because I was brought at the point of breaking that just walking down a flight of stairs was literally something I couldn't do. It was because they were pulling me to that direction. It's okay, we know where he is. And we know that he understands he can't walk down that flight of stairs. We know where his mental attitude is. Mental. I don't mean it to sound like a mint pastel you just chuck into your mouth, but that is what they were looking for.
Yeah,
we
went through
literally
the nerve gas tent in your basic training, right? Did you go through a nerve gas tent in your basic training?
We had all of the tear gas. If you don't put your mask on, or if you forget to shave in the morning, all of that.
There's when I went through boot camp for U.S. Army, I came out of the they told us it was nerve gas, but we know that it wasn't. We know afterwards, after the fact, that it wasn't, right? But I stepped out of there. I had pulled off my mask like we were supposed to do, and we were supposed to exist in the tent for a few seconds. And when I came out of the tent, or when my drill sergeant checked in with me, he was just like, "What is wrong with you, Cicino? Isn't that even affecting you at all?" And I'm like, "Of course not, drill sergeant. Why would it affect me? I'm supposed to be trained so that it doesn't affect me." And he goes, "Carry on, Cicino. Just carry on." Jeez, God, what is wrong with this guy? Because it was just, to me, this was like superhero training, So when I pulled off my mask, I was just like, I feel no pain, Fear is the mind killer, I was remembering all of the literature that was supposed to be training me for such a mental effort, getting over my body's weakness with my mind. Like, that's how I went through basic training.
That was absolutely the. Well, we'll actually have to turn it around. It was the mind killer for me. It is the books they had us reading. The way they had us think the other way around. So when we got the tear gas and whatever, it's like, you have to go into this bunker. You have to walk down 14 flights of stairs. And you have like 90 tear gas grenades, literally making you want to scratch your eyes. And anyone that has ever been exposed to a tear gas grenade, you go, it's like, do not ever scratch your grenades or your eyes. But you have to go down through like 30 levels of these. And you go inside. I want to. And then you come down there, and it's like the objective is you're gonna have to carry this guy that weighs twice your weight up through all of these layers. So they mean to defeat you without defeating you.
Yeah, without destroying you.
Yeah, that is actually the word I was looking for. Is say, not destroying you. They just want to see how far you really go.
Right. Because we learn that's why that line, and most people don't even understand that. I listen to these kids talk about, Batman Begins, but that line that Thomas Wayne says to Bruce, and he goes, "And why do we fall down? So that we could learn how to pick ourselves back up again."
Absolutely.
That is prime human education right there. Because you got to burn your hands to understand that you're not supposed to touch fire. But without touching fire, you don't know not to touch fire.
Yeah, wow. That is something I've seen so much in the last decade, maybe even last 2 decades. First of all, people cannot cook food. How impossible is it to cook pasta, tomato, maybe a slice of pork or some mince, a little bit of onion or a little bit of salt and whatnot, and you have a spag bol. And I'm watching people trying to boil pasta and they burn their hands. And I'm just going inside, really? It's a hot surface. You put the ingredients in. You want to make something that requires a lot of warmth, and you touch it with your hands. And I'm saying this was 1996. I was at Glasgow Uni, and this guy actually failed just boiling water and salt. He literally cracked the pan boiling water and salt that we're supposed to put pasta into.
Yeah. It's really weird, but we've actually lost that part of our education system, because and I find it so odd that we've lost that part of the conversation on our education, and at the same time, anybody that goes into sports knows that the only way to build bone is to fracture it, and the only way to build muscle is to break it down with lactic acid. And the only way you achieve those two things is to put your body through stresses that it was not entirely designed for, so that the evolutionary process of your metabolism can correct the issue by making stronger bones and stronger muscle. If we can't translate that simple scientific truth to our education system, we're failing as a species.
Absolutely. Stephen, I would say this absolutely sounds like you and me, we would need to talk through something like the greatest and most awesome people in the world of ice hockey. Because if you look like at people like Wayne Gretzky, which is a name that people in this panel may know, they may not know that someone like Peter Forsberg, that came from Scandinavia, he was an absolute game maker, and there were rules within the game. So there were enforcers saying that you can't attack a game maker and all that. But they suddenly started to, and Peter Forsberg just one day completely went against the entire grain. It's like, okay, I'm supposed to be protected, but here is my freaking stick in your face. And I think he actually completely deleted, within a single week, 5 people's complete careers because they were stupid to him. And he did just show completely, you tried to fuck with me, I am showing this in kindness, or I'm returning this in kindness. And there is, go ahead.
There's 2 historical events, and I don't know if this is actual history, but it's certainly part of the cinematic history of the character Lawrence of Arabia.
Such a great one.
Yeah, T.E. Lawrence, that moment. Now, I watched this when I was a very, very little boy. My father was not into sports. He was into cinema and history, right? So that's how I learned history, was through cinema, and then he would educate me further by actually telling me what the real history was, or at least introducing me to the artifacts. We would go to big museums and the Smithsonian and New York Historical Society and all that good jazz, right? So I'm a little boy watching this movie, Lawrence of Arabia, and because I'm an Aries, I immediately identified with this character because he has the same colorings that I do. He's got the blonde hair, he's got the blue eyes, he's got that youthful face, and I totally identified with the Luke Skywalker-ness of Lawrence. So when he does the thing where he lets the match burn down to his hand, and he's practicing ignoring the pain, and he doesn't even know why he's doing it. It's like he's testing himself for some destiny he thinks he might have in the near future, so to speak. So I have that in my mind, right? And goodness, I was just going to recall something else that was right on par with that. What was it? Oh, it's this idea that the other historical thing is what they were trying to actually discuss in the movie Fight Club. And that is this idea that an AA guy taught me back in like in the mid 90s, I met this guy who was a union trucker for Hollywood, and he was part of the AA/NA community, Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous community. So it was very, very similar to the Fight Club attitude. So when that movie came out, they all jumped on board. They were like, oh my God, this movie is a revelation to the country. The idea that he introduced to me was, you should get into fights with anybody that questions your authority, because you want to train yourself, one, to stand up for what you believe, and two, how to take a beating so that you know that in a couple of weeks, all those bruises are going to be gone. So the next time somebody questions your authority, you don't have any fear in your body because you know you're going to heal. So you stand up.
You are going down an absolutely great route there, and I think that there is actually one film alone that really expresses what was going on when the Thatcher era, the closing down of the metal mills and destroying the northwest of United Kingdom. It wasn't, but it was, and that there's like, okay, Band-Aid ripped off or slowly peeled off, but it is the full Monty.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
it is capturing perfectly well the crap people had to go through to just make a day-to-day living, the desperation they had to go through. I mean, can you honestly tell me that you got 6 weeks, you're gonna strip off butt naked, bananas and bacons all swinging out for the local ladies just to save your household and whatnot?
Yeah.
Are you going to do it?
Jim, you look at the time frames of the things like that movie. You had things like Ad Vida's Pet in the UK. It was all about how the UK people in the UK had to go to Europe to work under the radar, not pay any tax, just to get money to send back to their families. You had boys from the black stuff. He's a job. I could do that because there was no other job. So people would actually go and do whatever they had to do to earn money to live. Because
I'm just using that because we have crime award. We have no, it's actually not crime award.
But what I'm saying is,
but we have
movies of those time frames of there was so many job losses. There was a depression where people just couldn't get a job, couldn't get money. Like now, it's going to happen now because people are going to lose all these jobs that they thought, oh, no problem, I'm going to have a job for life. Which for years, the job for life were a fallacy. I got offered a job for life, and I turned it down because although it looked great,
even I'm just like, oh, you got the job for life, and it just goes like, really? It's like I can see my job being terminated in the next 6 months.
Exactly, and that's the thing. I got offered a job for life, and I thought, it sounds great. The job. See the contract end date. It said natural retirement age. So in effect, I could get a job for life, but jobs for life don't work. They're invalid because a job for life is only job for life if whoever
you die within the next 4 weeks.
No, it's a job for life is as in, well, if we change the rules, then that job for life is gone. And that's the problem.
I do apologize to the rest of you. Well, AWK, you're part of the UK scene, but United Kingdom work law is fairly okay
It's
to
okay compared to
employers,
what we hear about the US
but
employment law.
I mean, this is about 15 years ago. So I was doing all of the outside jobs just to make sure that the money was coming into the household I was living within. But I was working on the IT stuff, and I joined the IT. I will say it was a bit dodgy, but the second week of me working with this company, the boss of that company sent out a very specific, we're looking to hire someone that can do exactly and uniquely what Jim the Viking is doing for us at the moment. And I confronted him, and I was sitting literally for an entire day. And I will say, I was actually paid to just sit there and hear him screaming at me, finding out that he put it on jobsearch.com or whatever it was, that he wanted to hire someone that was exactly what I was doing for him. And that was on my second day on the job. So I didn't even have time to give him something to complain about.
The problem is we have job for life. Like I can remember a lot of companies had jobs for life. The contract said natural retirement age. So if somebody's got that in their job, means that they've got a job for life. However, the companies went under. So they're only got a job for life if the company survives. So as companies go out of favor, like for instance, the mill working in the valley. The valley used to, in Scotland, the valley used to have a lot of mills. So there was a lot of work in the mills. However, it's the same as like car manufacturing in the United States. Look at Detroit. Basically, there was a lot of work there until the companies went under. As soon as the companies went under, your job for life meant nothing because the company went under. So as soon as Detroit went, the city went.
Well, when it comes to Detroit,
went.
I don't understand how it was never introduced as dead or alive. You're coming with me.
But that's the thing.
How did that not actually come into fruition?
Because people automatically assumed because they had a job for life that their job was going to last. Because the job was only as strong as the environment. So if you have you work in an IT company and it says job for life, that sounds great. But is the environment you're working in going to last more than 2-3 years? No.
Let me add something to that.
You're asking an IT person, and I've been doing this for the. I don't want to admit that I've worked this stuff for 30 years now, but when it comes to IT, change, drive, exposition, project, or agile, or whatever it is at the end of the day, there's someone that has to click a button, yes or no. My job is literally that 10,000 people have decided that we should not let a virus attack our email service. And I am the one that have to actually click that button after 80,000 100 hours have been debating back and forth. Should Jim the Viking click the button to say, yes, it should not be allowed.
Right. I want to throw something in on the manufacturing and the lifetime job issue. And this actually goes all the way back. It's a recall onto that issue you guys were joking about with the train systems. In the Western world, and not so much everywhere else, liability for personal damages and public damages became a thing. And it was insurance that killed these manufacturings. It killed traditional perseverance of like, you know what, we're going to run the trains anyhow. As opposed to the public discord of, oh, but if it's snowing out, it makes it more dangerous. We don't have to. You know, there's no reason to stress the insurance issue. And that became almost muscle against these industries. And it forced them to change the economy.
Yeah. And it's the same across the board. Oh, by the way, you can't do that because, sorry, we've been working like that for 100 years. So you're now telling us, but it might be a bit dangerous. Well, it's been dangerous all that 100 years. So what you're saying is because your policy now says, oh, but we might have to pay somebody out because it might be dangerous.
Right.
Well, that's not how it works.
Yeah, that's that argument in the beginning of The Incredibles, where the guy is just like, we don't care if she has coverage. We don't want her to get funded. The whole point of an insurance company is to never give back the money. Like that was the joke in that movie.
The object of an insurance company, I've said that to my wife because I've had somebody reverse into me, my insurance paid, but our roof got blown off. The insurance says, oh, well, act of God, can't pay you money out. And it's a case of, really, so we paid in case anything happens to my roof, something happens to my roof, and you're saying, well, we're not giving you money, you have to pay for it yourself. So in effect, what you're saying is it's a gamble. We'll give you money on the off chance you can't wheedle your way out of it.
Right, but God forbid you don't pay them.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't pay them, something happens, then sorry, that's it, done. However,
no, they might actually sue you for the money.
Yeah, no, the fact is as well, they'll turn around and say, oh, you never paid your tax. You owe us. It's like car tax. We've got over here the insurance. And if you don't pay your MOT, your car tax, your insurance, you will get sued. You will get arrested because you didn't pay somebody to cover you. Like, I could be a multi-millionaire and I decide not to get insurance. I would get arrested because I've not got insurance.
Right.
Whereas I could pay a con man who signs the proper documents so I can drive even though insurance covers nothing and I'm okay.
Yeah.
So
have you read any of C.S. Lewis? Have you read any C.S. Lewis? Specifically the Screw Tape Letters? Anybody?
No.
Screw Tape Letters?
The only one that would have read them would have been Colin, and he's not here.
No, he's dropped
in
out.
this book that C.S. Lewis does, it's basically a series of letters between an administrator in hell and his nephew, who's becoming an evil imp in the plane of the corporeal universe. So he's supposed to be a tempter to bring people into hell, right? To tempt them to become cowardly or weak and forgo God and all that jazz. But in this book that he wrote, in this series of letters that he wrote, he lays out all of this stuff, and it's C.S. Lewis. This is like, he wrote these things in the early 60s. He was talking about in Britain, he's like, do you know right now in Britain, and he's chuckling about it, he's happy about this subject, but he's like, do you know in Britain that you can't chop down your own tree to build your own shed in your own yard without paying the government for the right to do so?
Yeah.
And he was talking about it back then.
It was the same as, like, for instance, I saw there was a tweet about America, right? You get taxed on every penny you earn. And then once you get taxed on all that money, anytime you buy something, you pay tax on it. However,
double, state and federal.
Yeah, all the time all that stuff you've purchased and you've paid tax on, if you die, your family pays death tax on it. And they can't own it unless they pay the death tax. So in effect, you've been taxed on the money you've earned. You've been taxed on buying something, and if you die, your family get taxed to take the stuff that you own into their ownership. And to me, that shows how corrupt a government is. If they tax you for the same thing 3 times. So in effect, if you've already been taxed on the money you've earned, why should you pay tax on stuff you buy? And if you buy something, why should your family be taxed if you die, if you own it? Take it.
Yeah.
And to me, it shows the corruption. But unfortunately, you've got that in the UK. The UK inheritance tax is actually worse than the US inheritance tax. Because it's been going for longer. It's basically
the craziest irony about that too is the idea that in the criminal system you can't perform double jeopardy, but in the taxation system you can perform triple and quadruple jeopardy.
Yeah, it just goes to show that corruption is there, and it's, as they say, if your government is actually imprisoning you for pointing out corruption, then they must be corrupt. Because why would they imprison you for pointing out corruption? And if you point out the corruption within the tax system, within the criminal justice system, and they say if you point it out, the same happens in the UK. If a girl who's been raped by a minority points it out, she's classed as racist. And she could be charged for racist crimes.
Yeah.
Even though she's reporting a crime against her. Shows that the politicians and the law is corrupt. Because if you are imprisoning someone for reporting a crime and they don't want it as a crime, then it shows that they are corrupt.
Yeah, and currently the legality basically says in the United States that if you interfere in a crime, you could be brought up on criminal charges.
Yeah.
By physically interfering with a crime because it's not your job.
Yeah. You look at the girl who reported the Rotherham rape gangs, the grooming gangs in Rotherham. The police actually arrested her because she reported it. And when they wouldn't do anything about it, she reported it to the media. They reported her as racist and causing race hate crimes. Even though she was one of the ones that got raped by this group.
Yeah, so we need to use this. See, this is my big platform personally for me, philosophically for me, is that we need to reverse engineer what's actually going on as opposed to just railing against it with angst, because angst is not saving anybody's life.
No.
The truth of the matter is that they're revealing themselves. They're revealing that there's another agenda. This is not about right or wrong. This is about changing the scope of grayness.
Yeah, and they want to actually prove that if you're with us. Did you see the most recent one? Lesbians in the LGBT Pride March were escorted off of the LGBT Pride March for their own safety because everybody else in Pride wanted the lesbians out. Why did they want the lesbians out? Because the lesbian says we're only attracted to females. And the trans community says, well, I'm a female. They says, but we're not attracted to you because you're a man who identifies as a female. So the LGBT community said lesbians who aren't attracted to biological men who identify as women are sexist. So they got them disbarred from the LGBT Pride March. So in effect,
Yeah, they did the Black Lives Matter groups did exactly the same thing with white supporters.
Exactly. So in effect, the LGBT group is effectively turning around and saying women don't count unless they are quite happy that a man that they're not attracted to is included in their group and wants to have sex with them, even though they're not attracted to a man.
Yeah, so what they're doing, if you were to boil this down to an actual tactic, if you were to brass tacks it or, put it in a nutshell, they're breaking the logic on purpose.
Yeah. Basically,
they're
what they're
literally contaminating the language and the conversation on purpose.
They're effectively turning around and saying women do not matter. What women think do not matter. As long as a man says he's a woman, then the man's opinion over the woman's is more important. So all these people are saying about misogyny are effectively misogynist because they're saying that women do not matter because a man's opinion is more important. Yet if anybody actually says opposite, they're being misogynist. They're the ones that are basically saying that a man's opinion is more important. Growing up with 3 older sisters, 3 daughters, and a lot of female important people in my life. I mean, my grannies, my aunts, my uncles, basically they were the ones that actually told me what to do. I didn't listen to anybody. I listened to my granny. I listened to my mother. I listened to my 3 sisters, and my 3 daughters bullied me. So, in effect, every female I grew up with, they were the ones that actually knew what they were talking about. My dad, my granddad, and all that. They listened to my granny and my mother. And that's the problem because guess what? They were a sensible female voices in my life. However, all these women who have turned around and says, well, we don't actually like men. We don't like the penis. But they're saying now you have to go out with a woman with a penis, even if you don't like it, because if you don't, you're sexist. And now they're actually escorting them off the Pride March because they're saying lesbians don't count anymore.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm going to bail.
I know the time. I was looking at the time. It's 26 minutes past 1 in the morning. AM.
God
over
bless
here,
you,
Stephen. I know it is literally. It's a wee bit
could
late.
keep going for over 6 hours till 4.
We're getting close.
I think 5.5 hours is probably more than enough.
Yes.
So we're aiming to switch off now. So, guys, if you get anything to promote,
right? Shall I promote it, Steve? Because you are joining us on Tuesday.
Yes, is it?
Yes, I am joining you on Tuesday.
Yes, this Tuesday we are looking into Dragon Ball Z Abridged.
That's okay because it's not what I'm interested in. I have no idea. I've never seen Dragon Ball.
We've got someone joining us from another podcast, and which that's going to be laughter, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah. So, Mr. FFSI.
Yes.
Channel.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the link below in the contents. So you'll be able to find him there. So Tuesday you've got Dragon Ball Z. Yeah. And Stephen Ransom, you're joining them, I believe.
That's my understanding, yeah. And I'm also going to be appearing. I believe I have an open invitation with John and Roman for John's Mixtape Monday, which is not necessarily a music channel, but it does veer into that subject matter occasionally. It's certainly the theming of the show. And then Thursday, we're doing another episode of I am going to tell you why your love for this film is bull. So, we're going to have another round of that on Thursday.
Movies, I did watch Thursdays. Movies, I love that everybody else, or I hate that everybody else loves. I did watch that.
I think it's a great subject. I think it's a fun, interesting subject. Certainly the chat was enjoying themselves, being contrary to our contrary. So, but this is what we're trying to do is dramatize opinion.
Yeah, the only unfortunate thing is in the UK he starts at 1 a.m. in the morning, so we're all sleeping, except Mr. EWK who does occasionally join him. So
Yeah, well, he has
that's
night
why
duties, so yeah.
we normally catch. I normally catch it Friday morning
Mm.
afterwards, so I do catch it.
Well,
And it's always in the chat. It's always in the comments rather than the chat.
now, replay is probably even a more important viewing anyway. So, because the YouTube sees that as an actual view as opposed to live viewing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's also a bonus. So we appreciate that.
Definitely. So that has been fun. Jim, you got anything to add?
If he's awake.
If he's awake.
Actually, while I've got some silence, I wanted to ask you: is my avatar showing up? Do you see my face,
No,
or is it?
No, you've just got a wee white dot, a wee white circle, a wee white guy in the middle.
Oh, that's so bizarre. Because was that always like that the whole show?
No.
That's weird. Okay, so that's StreamYards just being StreamYards. I gotcha. Cool.
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing it on my other
with
monitor.
StreamYards, the last time I went with StreamYards, I actually had to go with my avatar because my screen just kept freezing all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It usually depends on how StreamYards plays it.
That's interesting.
Really weird. So, anyway, Wednesday, guys, we are watching Forrest Gump, and we're going to review Forrest Gump and have a good chat. Hopefully, we'll not get a YouTube violation this time. We're not going to play any clips, so we'll hopefully be fine just talking
and this
about
time
it.
there'll be no pandas.
Yeah, a gallery of screenshots is probably a great way to go. I've seen other channels try to attempt it using just screenshots.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we normally just gab because we're too busy gabbing. We usually miss bits and pieces. But Chelmsford 123, I have got a load of clips that I had uploaded to YouTube, so I had got them on my channel, and they were fine. But we sort of veered off into other stuff that the creators did, and we did one with Jimmy Melville with a couple of pandas. And as soon as we did that, they went, YouTube violation, and blocked our channel.
Yeah, but it kept going afterwards, didn't it?
It just kept allowing us to go and says that as soon as we switched off the violation, it would continue, but it never did.
But the funny thing is, now the video is still up with the entire clip.
Yes. Right up until it's the last wee part of the clip, it cut off.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's caused it.
They've reinstated it now. They've reinstated
I've not had a strike or anything but YouTube violation. And they said it would go on as soon as we switched the channel, we switched the violation off. We stopped the panda video and it never came back on. So we just stopped it after that. Because we were going on. Anyway, boys and girls, lads and lassies, thank you very much for joining us. It has been fun. Thank you to one and all. Thank you, Stephen, for joining us. And
thank you very much for having me, sir.
Yeah. Jim and Alex, thank you again for joining us both. And we will see anybody who wishes to join on Wednesday for Forrest Gump discussion. So remember, guys, I'm not old, I'm classic. PJ Maybe and the guy